What are up?
Welcome. Thank you for joining us for Ride or Die as they go into their session 35.
Ride or die.
Ride or die!
That's right,
People
Frank.
just
You got
ride.
my back.
You got it.
He's back there.
You got it.
Long distance.
He's
hike.
there somewhere.
I heard it. I heard it. Okay, so we had a few bits of information that happened in our last session that I'll touch on. So we met the Lightkeeper Graves, which apparently the Lighthouse Keeper, which is apparently the most notable NPC to date for this group. Tarn.
Well, we didn't kill him.
Yeah, did kill him. Tartan got some information from Urin Quinoran about a kind of bardic trope that known as the Valley. They were previously performed in Beelder. There's a theater there, and now they're headed to Vera. They had mentioned that they kind of stopped by here, and that's when Bruga had kind of found or discovered that they are a dragon, that they are hiding. So that they are kind of shaped in their humanoid form. They're hiding in for what reason, right? Who knows? You might have some ideas based on what has happened to dragons this time. So there could be there. But so left the information with you, Tartan, specifically, not primarily because you're a bard. Maybe you can relate, but also you might be able to befriend them, right? Kind of as an ally, kind of work and coerce them, and not raise suspicion, right? So, we had Tartan dodging a courier from the Alathan Council.
Oh
You
yeah.
all-
I forgot about that. Yeah.
we had that.
It's
We
like
had,
fucking what's his name for Spider-Man 3? Just fucking disappear.
yeah, we had a little bit of a battle of the bards happening. We had some people went to the courtyard by the library and watched the performance, and we are all headed to the Prim Iris. So that's kind of where we ended things. We're headed there. I think last but not least would be the Rudikar 2. Touching on that, they kind of technically the Guildmaster chat was out. It was just asking if you were going to keep going on in the investigation, right? And being like, is this something that you're going to all be doing? But that was from the conversation you all said no, we're kind of done on that track. We might come back to it, but for now we're not actively doing anything. We're not actively investigating. So the Guildmaster is going to go about what they're doing. So we're going to go ahead and have us here at the Prim Iris. Let me see if I can drag. We just got to see if modules are working now. So the update. As I recall, I think Tartan, you are not going to be the first one here. Maybe you are. I think maybe because the performance is going a little bit longer than you did with yourself at Bright Hope. You might be the first one here, or we could just say that you all are kind of coming in together and just roleplay that.
As far as we know, he's still cleaning Bruger's pipes.
That's also true. I'd probably be hanging out. I mean, depending on how much later than me they are, I'd probably be hanging out invisible until they show up, making sure that courier doesn't find me.
Gotcha. Okay. So we'll have you on the map. We'll say that you're kind of invisible in the streets of Alathan, right? You're watching the courier where they're headed and hoping to dodge them further. So we're going to activate this map for you all, and then I'm going to put on some ambient stuff.
So what did you guys get up to?
Probably nothing exciting as what you did cleaning old Bruger's pipes, huh?
It was just a routine inspection. I would say that
it was routine.
It was pretty routine.
Did anything else turn purple?
No. She actually didn't touch me. It was interesting.
All hands off, huh?
Mm-hmm. All hands off.
Bit of bondage for you.
She let me kind of lead the way, you know? I did meet an interesting bard. Our name will probably be spread through Ismar before we get up there. Just an FYI.
It was a group session.
Yeah, well, kind of. It was more like a battle of the bards. It's this concept that I came up with where two bards face each other in very intense lyrical and musical combat.
This is all while you were with Bruga.
I didn't realize.
No, this
Brugge
was after
liked
Brugge.
cards
Me
that
and
much.
Brugge finished in like
Oh.
15 minutes. I just didn't know where you guys went, so I got sidetracked because I heard a bard playing.
15 minutes, huh? You were really hands off.
I did make a little bit of coin though.
From the bar to Bruga.
Yes.
Oh,
Brugge offered to give us a chest of holding.
For free.
Must have been a good 15 minutes.
I am good at cleaning pipes. What can I say?
Was that just a holding free then?
She said that yeah.
Good,
Well-
because we're finding out that as I stare at Athos, people seem to be spending all the money that we've won.
Who spent what money on what? Who? What now?
I'm just gonna walk on through. Just not even gonna-
The Prim Iris is a 2-story large building with pink stained glass windows and rich ashen wood. Prim Iris has 2 entrances. They face the cobbled roads on either side. Floors are made of interesting kind of pinkish hue wood, and the ambiance reflects that nature. The vibe hits a classy feel as several bards play throughout. Patrons are sitting at the glass tables, bar side, playing at the pool, or chilling by the fires. Many of them are wearing fine clothing. And those that are swimming are nude. The ceiling is 12 feet, and the second story mimics the same. The upstairs are partitioned into several rooms with varying sizes and accommodations. A few more tables of similar nature to the first floor sit in a common area met by the staircase at the southeastern corner. So you kind of come in. People are not really filling the tables as much as they should. So you imagine that if there was people in the pool, there'd be more. Right? More people at the bar. This place is a very classy and expensive place, but there's nobility, there's people of worth, there's people of wealth, and it's kind of got a little bit of a cleared out vibe, I would say at this point. The
Mm.
bars that would normally be playing, they're not there, so I went ahead and ceased that music. There is an individual that kind of looks over towards you as soon as you walk in. They shuffle. They bow their head. It is a male half-elf with long, straight black hair, penciled goatee, strikingly pointy features, and gold-looped earrings. They wear a light green coat with a white cloth blouse, dark gray trousers with long white knit socks, and black leather shoes. As they bow the head, greetings and welcome to the Prim Iris. I am Master Fenor. How may I be of service to you all?
Why, yes, we were looking for a place to stay for a couple of days.
Ah, I see. Couple days. Of course. What kind of lodgings are you interested in?
What do you have? Some of us aren't as well off as others right now.
I believe we were going to take the twice grand champions of the arena suites, were we not, Todd?
I mean, you guys were. I'm not trying to take this man's hard-earned money away from him.
We have
Very
3 styles of room. 4 of our common, 2 of our upper class, 1 of our upper class, and 1 of our master. The Prim Iris does not have a lot of rooms. Those that do, they tend to book them in advance, and they pay handsomely for them. Fortunately for you, because of what has happened in the Colosseum, the rooms are all available.
Oh,
As twice grand champions such as yourself, perhaps I can give you 50% discount.
and that
I can live with
50%
that.
comes out to what?
It depends which room you want.
Well, it looks like there's 4 of us, so 3 common and maybe 1 of the upper suites.
Of course, Tard would want one of the upper suites for himself.
I'm gonna turn towards Ares, hearing his underhanded comment. Do you have money for your room, sir?
I mean, I thought we were a group here, Tardan, not individuals.
Anyway, I'm gonna turn back
Athos?
towards the barkeep.
I'm beginning to rethink everything I said about Tardan. Am I wrong?
Which piece specifically?
About him growing up a little bit.
Oh, yes.
With a 50% discount, 3 of the common rooms for one night. That'll be 150 gold. For the uppers for one night, it'll be 150. So 300 total.
Okay.
Do you accept IOUs?
Yeah,
No,
Can I wash
we-
dishes for a room?
Well,
We do not take any lines of accreditation. The
Ah,
Society
well,
of
that-
Falthor or the 2 other alliances, or I should say fellowships, Naludo and Melandar, that run bank-related orientation.
we sort of
That's
bet
fine.
all of our
I
money
have
on
enough.
us.
No, I have enough.
I will
For-
state that all food, which is served in 3-course meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, is free. In addition, all beverages. We will also graciously give you a host to help tidy your room and make sure that your armor is taken off and on at your leisure. Food can be delivered to your rooms as well. And any beverages you so desire throughout the night. So the cost isn't just for the fine silk linens or the luxurious springs of our mattresses. No, it is a entirely wholesome experience.
I was gonna say experience. Okay.
I will pay you for the first night up front, and then tomorrow morning I will settle up the rest of it.
As you wish, Master. That sounds lovely. Twice grand champions, such as yourselves. I'm sure you are fatigued. May I offer a masseuse of some kind for you?
Yes, please.
That sounds quite lovely, actually. Yes.
I will walk up and I will pull out the 300 gold and put it on the table.
Fuck.
Are we dining down in the hall or in your rooms?
I think we'll dine down here tonight. What do you fellas say?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we eat down here tonight.
Lovely.
Do you mind if we take a table? Do you have a table in mind for us?
There is no table in mind. We are quite low in expectancy, and I will serve you myself. Go ahead and take whatever table you wish. I'll be out with hors d'oeuvres.
Is it just the events of the Colosseum that has lowered business, or is something else going on?
We particularly run slow after the fights conclude, but the Primaris is a well-reputable business and runs very well even so. No, this must be so. Must be from the Colosseum. What happened? I've only heard rumors. Many people came in here grabbing their belongings in their chests. We loaded their stagecoaches and wagons promptly from our stables next door. Don't tend to ask questions here at the Primaris, especially in the city of Lathan. The rumors I gathered was there was some sort of demigod that came down from the heavens, and you all vanquished them.
But let's not forget that we vanquished the eye thing that, killed everybody else. We vanquished the demigod and created a new, I don't know, religious experience.
And we
the stadium?
stopped the pushing of drugs on these streets. You're welcome, youth.
Did we?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
no one needs to know about that. Can we just no one needs to know about that.
What do you mean?
Exactly. Now you're getting it, Frank.
So,
No, I'm
Yeah,
being
we made-
serious. What do you mean?
And we made
If you
sure some
wish,
really bad guys
after
didn't continue.
I have completed serving your first course and gathering your beverages. I can sit with you, and you may ask more questions of me. But I would like to begin your dinner, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Wonderful.
We do appreciate it.
No shellfish, please. I'm allergic. That
You see
reference to
that,
Michael
you can kinda-
spontaneously making an old character of mine allergic to shellfish for no reason. Out of nowhere,
don't-
he was like, "You're allergic to shellfish. Make a Constitution saving throw." I was like, "Wait, what?" Okay, I guess I'm allergic.
You guys can visibly see without even a high passive perception, Ares is very uncomfortable in this
Hey,
environment.
hey.
Yoink.
Why are you fidgeting, sir?
I think out of everybody here, you should know why I'm fidgeting, given our backgrounds. Why this is not comfortable for me.
Well, this is my treat to you all.
Well, thank you, Tardan.
That said, I may have to go to the Enticing Weasel and put on another performance. I am just a little shy of paying for tomorrow.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
picking
can we
up
not do a
rather
performance in
large
here?
Sum of money tomorrow.
I thought that was still a day away, no?
Yeah, we said 2 days' time.
You had your
Just
hand
go
raised
with it.
up.
I have to refresh my game to move.
You can't move right now?
Dude, it like so I refresh it, I can like move the map around, I can draw the squares, I can now use the measuring tool, but it like freezes and I can't move.
Oh no.
So
Give
when
you a
I
heads-
Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotcha. You can't move it all right now.
But I was able to somehow click the fucking hand raise. No, now I can move. I refreshed it. But
Okay.
something happened. So that's why
So
I was
when I moved your token and held down shift, put you into the spot. I'm gonna replicate it.
do it again. Oh, I can do it. Yeah. I'll let you know if it does it again. Fucking Prim Iris. See, we should have be here. this place keeps you stiff.
I'm trying to figure out what Athos is doing right now. Athos has gone
Yeah,
on the
Athos is
table,
like-
on the chair, a
He's
square
really
over.
leaning to that
He's
rider.
really uncomfortable.
He's-
I thought you were
if
uncomfortable.
you-
Athos is over here like, how does this chair work? What is this?
It did it again. It froze. Oh, I'm blind.
Blinded?
Why am I blind?
Are you using Chrome? Are you using the preferred
Oh
browser
my god.
Foundry?
The only error that I'm getting is from token attacher, so I don't know what
Give me a sec. I'm gonna turn off my PC. I'll be back.
I was gonna
You
have. them
completely broke his computer.
I was gonna have them pull out their console instead to see what there's an error.
Oh
coming
my
up.
god.
Apparently they're having. I don't know what restarting their computer is gonna do for them. I feel like that's completely Foundry related.
It seems overkill.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's just too funny. He couldn't move. He was locked. Then he blinded himself. Then he couldn't move again while Athos is moving all over the place, on the table, off the table, in the chair.
Did he
To the
blind
side of the
himself, or
table.
was that Michael that blinded him?
I don't know.
He blinded himself. You can apply your own conditions. And remove them. So, like I said, I took the training wheels off. You could add you can add conditions yourself and everything. So
Yeah, the
remove them,
shift
so.
drag was behaving funny. That's why.
Yeah, I was-
getting into the position.
Yeah, I think that's what's causing them to have problems is that I shifted them into the seat and then they couldn't move. I don't know if it's they also could be it could be a module right now that I have in terms of another map perhaps that they're kind of attached to something because there's a token attacher had an error right after I moved them. So I'm guessing that there might be attached to something on a map currently.
They're still probably attached to the bird from the Coliseum fight.
It could be
Oh,
the bird or
yeah.
the Coliseum fight.
Or no, we were dragging that chicken around. He had a pet chicken, remember?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well,
From
that
the
chicken wasn't
follow
attached to
tool.
him, right? That was just a follower, right?
Yeah, that was just a follow. That's the follow me module. So I wonder if I have to delete the actual Coliseum map to wipe it off, and then that should probably delete what he has going on. So I'm just going to do that. I think that's the only map that I currently have that I was attaching things to tokens was that Coliseum. So if I delete the map, it should wipe out all the details of that. So well, hopefully they come back in a little bit here. Keep going. So see as Master Fenor comes out with a platter, there are two different servants behind them to begin to lower down the platter upon very briefly and then setting down very unique things upon the table. Now, shellfish has been avoided, so a lot of this accoutrement is like the hors d'oeuvre relation. It's kind of caviar based, kind of fish, it's all sea based, right? So there's a lot of things in here that are plated very delicately, very simply, and then given out to be way more food than you can imagine eating in one sitting. Apparently, this is just the first course, which is like an appetizer entry thing. They then begin to gather the pitchers off of the table and the mugs and things, and then they begin to put them onto the trays themselves. They light a little candle inside of a glass bottle. It's like etched mosaically, and then they begin to take the flowers out of that, right? And then they just set them neatly by the glass bottle. They allow everything kind of going through there, and then the servants begin to like walk by you and ask you if you want anything from the table. In fact, it's not, you don't serve yourself from what they're setting down on the table. They actually are going to transfer that to your plate.
Yes, please. One of each.
Oh, certainly, sir. Certainly. Put it on your plate. Then Master Fenor begins to ask what you would like from your beverage. We here at the Primaris have the most prized vintages of wine. 100-year aged liqueurs, meads. Even the water is from a private well. It's been enchanted to be clean and pristine outside of the sewers of Lathan.
Oh. Athos, what was that alcohol that we got from Porig? I think they have some of that. That was pretty good.
Do you have anything from the Tolkarvus Republic?
I can check with the chef and see if we have anything from the Republic, Northern Picarius. Is there a particular drink from there that you're interested in?
Specifically, I would love a nice dry wine, but I believe my friend is referring to, it was more of a liqueur, the celebratory.
White
Like
Claws.
a creamy whiskey type thing. Maybe I'm mistaken that.
God, not the eggnog thing, Deuce. Come on.
That or if you have anything from Tamaria, any wine from Tamaria, I'll definitely take some wine from there.
You're talking about the thing that was brought out by Headmaster Porter.
Yeah, the thing that I stole from him.
Is it in your inventory?
No, because
No.
I gave it to Athos because I drank it all, and then I gave the bottle to Athos to poison the people.
Ah,
To give them a drink of water.
I got you.
I don't remember what the name of it was. I don't think it was ever in my inventory. I know that you
Wasn't
put the house cooler as thing in here.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like snake venom or some had snake
No,
venom?
No,
in it or
that's
something?
the
we just
cooler
got from
is.
Rome, yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
We
It was
see-
like elven schnapps, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. It was like a really creamy, fruity drink that was delicious. I say that as if I've had some, but it sounded delicious when Michael described it, so I was hoping for some more.
Let me see. I can try to find the notes here for that. Master Venor gradually looks, bends the head. I will check and see what I can find. In relation to a creamy celebratory whiskey of the Tol Kavas Republic. Anything else? White Claws, I heard.
What's the strongest liquor you have, and can we have 4 shots of that?
The strongest liqueur we have. 4 shots. Do you care what it is, or do you wish to be surprised?
I mean, it's free, right? Let's just be surprised.
Certainly. I will be right back. Servants begin to continue to place the things upon your plates. Then the servants wait for a brief moment before funneling back into the kitchen, the rest of the dining room, assisting the other clients. Joey, are you fixed?
Nope. Can't log in.
You can't log in?
Yeah.
Did you turn it off without logging out?
Oh, I logged out. I closed everything out and everything.
All right, I kicked you off. I have to take a little bit.
I'll be there in 5 minutes, guys.
All right, that's good.
It's all right. We'll just force shots down Frank's mouth. It's okay.
I consent to this.
Not really a reason to be on Founder right now. We're just role playing. So,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
true.
the map's kind of cool. But
Except for the T-Rex that just popped up in
Roll for initiative. Let's do this.
T-Rex!
Oh my god! If Dewsum's only polymorph Frank before he comes back, that'd be great.
I don't need a polymorph. I'm a big,
Morph
strong
him into
man.
a rat, put him in the bag.
That's what I was
It's gonna
saying.
happen to somebody.
Used to happen to you.
I can move, but it wouldn't let me move the map until I refresh.
Ah, see, you're having the same issue
Oh,
I had.
But I could move my character, I just couldn't
Oh.
move the map.
No, I can move the map and my character, so I'm good.
I can move my character, just couldn't move
But-
the map.
But you're right. The shift,
Mhm.
the shift drag is acting weird.
I don't know, the shift dragged worked for me fine. It was just literally I couldn't move the map for a second. But
I'm
hitting
about those,
refresh
like-
isn't that big of a pain for me.
That shift drag was acting.
It's hard
weird.
for me, okay, dude? Stop. Don't judge me.
Hey, there's this keybind. It's called F5.
I know, it's so far away. I don't want to tap it every time.
Tracking down which module that is that's causing that, it's going to be difficult to do on my side since I can't replicate it.
Oh, shit.
Mhm.
Here we come.
I would say if you can, Joey, since it's you that's primarily had the most severe of the problems, if you could hit F12 once you're in, that's the actual console, and then just keep track of when you're doing it, and then the error happens, then we can look at the console and then try to see if there's an error. So after a period here of just enjoying, doesn't take long, but as Master Fenor comes back with the servants themselves, he begins to take time here, grabbing the White Claw cans, cracking them open and pouring them into a silver chalice placed neatly alongside Frank. Then cycles through the dry white of the symbols of the bottle, walking it over and cracking it, and then setting with some of the servants a bucket of ice nearby, and after pouring it into a wine glass deep welled, placing the bottle inside of that. Aged only 4 years, as a good dry white shall, comes from overseas, from the Republic, the western region to the High Mount. The celebratory liqueur is not something my chef knows about, nor will be able to find it. Apology. But I do bring you something quite special. So he begins to walk back into the kitchen. They begin to come out with the shots that are placed on candles, candle underneath them. The glass sits on top, and there's a little bit of heating happening inside of this amber reddish liquid. This is the strongest beverage we have. It comes as a concoction in the Wizard's Keep, a delicacy of the Knights of Beer. It's a magical concoction formulated from the likes of mead. If not heated, it will kill you. On drinking it, it will warm your bellies and your souls for an entire day. One shot. Anything more, you'll pass out from drunkenness.
God.
Is that a challenge?
It is not a challenge as much as it
Oh.
is a warning. This will get you drunk, so I would suggest sipping it and feeling the warmth of the effects as they go. Or you could take it as a shot. Enjoy the swimming pool even as we get closer to the winter months. You'll feel no cold. Is there any other beverages I can get for you at this time?
Can we get a round of waters, please? Thank you.
Round of water as well. Certainly. Silver begins to walk back, fetches a pitcher, and begins to fill silver goblets full of water. with
I'll take a
ice.
nice red wine from Tamaria if you get some.
A red from Temeria. I have many that are aged well. All elven wines should be that are of the red variety. Is there an age in particular that you are looking for?
Go with
Tard likes them
about
old. Trust
70
me.
years ago.
Hmm.
70 years.
I will do better for you. I'll be right back. It's to walk away.
While he's gone, anyone think he's trying to kill us with these shots?
Huh? No.
As you say that, you see Ares downing the shot that he gave us.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
no.
I'm gonna drink half of my shot to see if it really is that strong.
Nope. I did the whole thing. One swig.
One swig. Gotcha.
Thank God I ordered water.
So as you take it down in one swig, it has a stingent of a burn feel, but it's on the back. The forefront is sweet honey. It's vibrant, very flavorful and aromatic as it comes through. And there's a little bit of peatiness too. It's there. Got that little peat going, but the burn is immediately overwhelmed with just warmth. And then it sits inside of your belly, and it just begins to spread out from the chest to the stomach, sits in the stomach, and then towards the legs and the extremities, towards the head. And you feel very euphoric. It's like if you had spicy food, but without the actual spice of the tongue burning, right? It's got that warm feeling. It's just everywhere at this point. You then begin to have the effects of being intoxicated from the alcohol. And it is to you as if you consumed a fifth of a hard alcohol in one go. It's a high constitution character. You're not having any problems, but you are definitely drunk.
Guys, this is great. I can feel the air. I'm going to reach over since Tardan's next to me and start like kind of doing the hand on the face, you know, like when you're really drunk and you're kind of touching the person, but you're not meaning to, kind of, you know, Tardan, you feel so weird. Athos,
No.
are you this serious all the time?
Generally, yes.
Frank. I love you, Frank. You're the best addition to this group ever.
Ride or die, baby.
And then you're going to see Ares start kind of feeling his own face and just off in his own little world at that point.
Hey, Athos. This is what you
Yes.
were like when you were high.
Oh, dear God. Let's not ever do that again.
I mean, he's definitely a lot less stabby. I will say that.
That is true. He didn't murder a man who
I've
didn't
never
need to
seen
die.
a man bleed out that quick before. that was impressive.
Even while high, you were very precise, I must say.
Any job worth doing is worth doing well.
I don't think that was a job worth doing.
Yeah, I don't
But you
think
did it well.
you did it well.
You
I just
did
don't
do
think
well.
it was worth it. But you know what? Cheers, bro. I'll drink to that.
Cheers. I will hold up the shot. I will start to sip it. As
yeah.
Likewise, nice and an enjoyable pace.
yes.
That's why Frank only did half. he's like, he's not going
Frank?
full. What's up?
Are you gonna finish the rest of that, Frank?
I am very curious what happens if he has more.
At that point, I reach across the table and take it and drink it.
I'm not even gonna try to stop. I'm not even gonna try to stop. Just like-
Reach across the table and you just go for it.
Yeah.
half a shot left, baby.
Taking half of Frank's.
All right. So you reach across the table and you take it and you drink. As soon as you drink, it begins to overwhelm that warmth and sensation. You then begin to have little spouts of steam out of your ears and your nose and your mouth, and you open your mouth to speak a little bit, and a plume of fire just kind of envelops out of your mouth, and then everything just goes black. Come unconscious, sliding from the chair into the table, and you're out.
That, gentleman, is how you get to eat someone else's food.
Is he
So
still breathing, Todd?
I'm gonna look at him. He looks like it. I think his intelligence went down a little bit, but he's fine.
Hey, oh.
Master Fenor walks back. Table. The servant to the left sets down a large glass, wine glass that is etched, kind of held by gold. It's kind of reaches fingers around it, kind of holds it on the actual with the stem glass there. There's writing that's engraved in the gold. Some of it in Elvish, predate to Sylvan, perhaps, in the language that it's saying. Speaks of a place called Thixia. A bottle of wine is in a wooden husk that's been shaped down into a gourd, corked with a reed that's been curled over, burned to stop any spillage. There is druidic runes written upon it. This is over 2,000 years old and maybe more.
Holy shit.
This
you're
was
gonna-
salvaged in the War of Feltham. Temerians, the War of Feltham was what united the Republic. But it was also a tragic time for many Fae, rebellious sorts. I am descend of Temeria, from the Oral Star. Piece of my home, perhaps. Who knows? I have yet to take a sip. I was graceful enough to be able to grip at least 4 of these bottles. Tales of my mother speaks they are from the Feywild itself. Living grapes. Creatures that speak. Let your imaginations run wild. Begins to take the read out. See little spectrals, fairy lights kind of fall out of the actual neck of the bottle. Begins to pour the glass into the glass of the bottle. The wine looks like wine. Has a little, but continues to give off different variety of lighting, these tiny little pixie lights, even as it fills glass. Takes the bottle, sets it down onto the table.
You said you haven't had a chance to enjoy this yet. I know you offered to join us in a little bit, but I'll make sure to save you some.
Of course. I will be checking on your second course. Then I will come sit with you. That is your desire.
I see no reason why not to.
Only if you have questions.
Athos always has questions.
Generally speaking, yes, about something.
I mean, I am quite curious about this wine. We've heard the name. Wasn't this on the box?
Yes, the writing, the box was a relic from Thixia.
Yes, this wine glass is a relic of Thixia as well.
So I would be curious to hear what more you know of Thixia and of the history of kind of that congruence in the north.
Of course. I will be back. I will sit with you and discuss. Walk right back into the kitchen.
Cracks open a White Claw.
Crack open a White Claw. Cardin will swirl the wine around a little bit in his glass and begin to drink. In a day.
Tastes like wine. I bet it tastes like wine.
Tastes like wine. Probably a crisp red wine with a little bit of a tart aftertaste, I would assume.
Doesn't have any
Judging
earthy
by the color.
undertones. Gotta let it breathe, you know what I mean?
Starting to
drinking
sound
it?
like wine connoisseurs.
Are you drinking it, Tard?
Yeah, I'm drinking it.
Hostage detector.
Frank was a sommelier, man. He knows what's.
It tastes horrible. I'm just kidding.
It's the worst.
I was
fucking
kind of
wine
worried
you've
when I
ever
heard
tasted.
2,000 years. I was like, this
It's
shit has
just
gone
gross.
from fermented to just
Yeah, It's just
absolute
vinegar.
awful.
Yeah.
Just piss water. You're just like, what is this?
It tastes like it's alive, right? So as soon as it comes into your mouth,
Fuck.
it's kind of moving,
Whoa!
sloshing around in the actual cracks and the crevices of your mouth. So every taste
Oh
bud is given sensation. It also has a little bit of a tingle as it's moving. The wine flavor is very stereotypical. There's not much else beyond a very good red. And the experience, though, is that it is embodied magic. And as that begins to fall towards your stomach, you have a realization that you're not feeling like there's the taste of maybe an alcoholic fermentation, but there's actually no effect from that.
Oh, wow.
It also does not feel like you're getting filled. So when you're drinking it, you're not like getting full.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Wine's playing tricks on you.
I see that. I'm going to kind of look at the wine a little bit. I'm so very curious about this wine.
Well, there's a way you could like detect magic. and, like,
Yeah,
figure
I'm
out
actually
what-
just gonna go ahead while he's gone, and I'm gonna detect magic. I'm not
Okay,
gonna
you're-
I'm not gonna ritual cast it. I'm just gonna cast it.
Okay, so you're going to cast it outright. So you throw it
Yeah.
outright. Immediately, you're given back that there is magic associated with this. There is, particularly, you're looking at in terms of the actual schools of the magic. You're looking at abjuration magic that's coming off of it, and there's also illusionary magic that is beginning to seep away from from that, and also your mouth as it's beginning to pour out. I need you to make an
Inch of
intelligence. saving throw.
necromancy.
Intelligence saving throw. Here we go.
So, Tardan, for a brief moment, you are feeling like that whatever is happening as you're detecting magic and you're alive with it is beginning to play with the actual room itself. And you're saving from that effect. So you can see if you look to the left, the window is kind of changing positions and things are like not where they want to be. And then eventually that effect kind of dissipates and goes away. The room is of what it was before. And nothing seems to be out of place.
That's strange. Thomas. Very interesting. I don't think that's going to be enough to turn Tardan off of drinking it because Tardan's always up for a new adventure, a new tale to tell. So I think I would just continue to sip on that and the shot. But Athos and Frank did just witness Tardan cast magic at the table without saying
Yeah.
a word.
It's like throwing it out. Okay.
Is everything all right, Tom?
Yes, this wine is imbued with magic.
Oh God, are you becoming one of those wine snobs? You're gonna
Oh,
start
Jesus,
talking about
dude,
Beauclerc.
it's alcohol, okay? It's not some sort of experience. Just fucking drink
it's-
it.
Frank, please drink some of this wine.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna drink it. I'm not gonna chug it, but I'm gonna take a sip of it.
No balls.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna chug it, dude. After seeing what happened to Aries, I'm sipping everything now.
Ain't nobody chugging anything.
Yeah, I'm just sipping. All right, I'm sipping. I feel everything you just explained to Deuce.
Okay. Needs you also to make an intelligence saving throw.
Yeah, this will go great.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, a similar thing happens. You begin
Cross
to
my
see, but it's
legs,
actually not
swirl
that the windows are changing. In fact, it's you begin to feel like the crest of wind across your face, and you're pretty sure, like for a brief moment, you're back, like on your farm in Ismar, and then all of a sudden you're at the table.
Fuck. I'm gonna just put it on the table and just put my hands away from it.
So was it an experience, Frank?
Yeah, it was a fucking experience.
Athos, would you like to try some?
You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
God, there's not some sort of like virus going around that we could potentially be
Curiosity
passing
is
to
the
each other.
We've all got blue tongues. I mean, I think we're
I mean,
fine.
at this point,
That's what
if it was
unites us,
going to
really.
kill us, Bruga would show up. So we're fine.
You need stones when you got blue tongues. You know what I mean, boys?
Right? I have more faith in Bruga than I do these stones.
Blue tongue boys, let's do it.
So I heard is that Athos, you're gonna try it as well,
Yes.
but make an intelligence saving.
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ.
god.
Yes! Yes!
Wow.
Yes!
Wow.
So as you
Holy
sip on,
cow.
you feel for a moment that the place around you is no longer there. Instead, you can look up and you believe for a moment that you have saw Avatar of Shar and an Avatar saloon on either sides of a moon begins to crack. They hold hands, coming briefly together. And you're not sure as you're back here. Around.
Fascinating. it's almost as if the wine was trying to show me something. It was something I already sort of knew, or perhaps at least had a strong suspicion of. So I don't know if it's revealing a truth or simply calling forth something at the forefront of your mind.
I was back on my farm.
So perhaps
So
it
was
just
the
makes you
window
trip.
change.
Okay, so it just makes you trip balls. That's what happened.
Oh my god, is there psilocybin in this?
Tardan's gonna take it from Athos and he's gonna chug the rest of the
Oh,
the
dear
thing.
Oh yeah.
It's
My
like
boy comes
everyone
to
else
sit-
is having like full on experiences and like going places. Tardan's like, I saw the window change.
My boy Fenor comes to sit down, and you're just, it's just like,
Arden,
dude.
you begin to chug it. You see as Master Fenor pulls out a chair and sits down as you're talking about this, seems to be very interested in the after effects of drinking this. And then Tardan, you begin to guzzle down the entire glass and you sit it down, kind of breathe in, and your pupils, the rest of the people at the table, they actually suck inwards, and then your eyes kind of go purple for a brief moment. They're just like pigmented purple, and you just like sit back in the chair. For you, Tardan, you are no longer in the tavern. In fact, the windows and the walls are kind of changing and morphing in shape. And you hear the sound of the bell ringing as a customer walks in to your family's emporium.
Oh god damn it!
You're dreaming
You
about
see-
work.
You see your mother and father talking behind the counter of this circular kind of counter that sits at the center of the emporium. Has like kind of an elevator thing that kind of goes back up and forth from the underbelly of where they store most of the magical goods. You see the spiralized, familiar shelves filled with scrolls and other textbook prize things on pedestals of glass. Very traditional for Temerians, writing a lot of their family history on the walls. And that's present here as well. Your father looks towards you. As you come walking, you see a book in your hand and you look up. Oh, my little Tardan.
Hey, Dad, it's been a while.
It's been a while. What do you say? What do you mean?
I mean, what day is it?
Well, it's the day that you just enrolled. It's the day before you head off for college.
God. I mean, I guess I can do it right this time.
Father comes across the cabin, gives you a big hug.
Aw.
Don't you ever forget your mom.
I won't, Mother. I will write to you weekly, I promise.
Are you sure you don't
How
want
long
to
have we
enroll
been
with
on this
another
adventure?
house? You know how I dislike. No, don't you dare give him that kind of spiel. Adventure. What are you? You all right, Tardan? I checked you out.
I'm having some weird memories. Maybe I was probably daydreaming. I apologize, Father. It's been a day. Maybe I'm just emotional from going to college.
Perhaps so. Big transition in your life, especially for us here at the Emporium. Not every day that we see one of us go and get a quality education. We have good expectations. We have high expectations.
Oh god.
Back to astronomical expectations.
I know that I'm smart, Father, but you don't set the bar too high. I don't want to let you down. Look, it's going to be
need
my
you.
first day tomorrow.
Listen, you're gonna show off what you and all Salingales have, and you're gonna teach all those kids a fine lesson and what arcane magic is all about. And when you advance through the different levels of that institution, you will return back here and you will run the shop, making a family of your own.
I'm sure that I will have a family at some point in time. Hopefully.
Not for another hundreds of years, I'd imagine. Not until you are well educated and well versed in the arcane. Isn't that right, Todd?
Yes, well versed and well studied in the arcane. Yes, nothing to do with instruments, nothing to do with song and dance and performance.
Oh, that master of arcane is disgusting. Playing music to enchant and invocate. God,
Man,
it's
Father,
only
have you-
found in the lowest of brothels. It's all right. Don't worry. That won't become any of you.
I bet you won't write beats for Jay-Z or anything. Man. You're just
That's beneath you, Target.
first album.
Very much.
College
beneath you.
dropout.
I don't know, Father. Maybe it's not beneath me. Maybe that's who I am. maybe I was always born to have my name written in the stars.
Your name written in the stars. Now, the Stanley Gales, we have strong connections with House. We helped House Agros arise from the sundering, and their work paved way what the House has in terms of the Tiberian Republic. You will go there. You hear me? And you will learn your enchantments, and you will learn your illusions.
Yes, Father, I will go there, despite Mother's hesitations, and I will do well.
All right. I got to get back to business. You get as many books as you want. You show off what Salga has to offer. First. Initiates. All right. Oh, yep. I'll help you. Your father begins to look back. Your mom's still at your side. Don't listen to your father. He just has outrageous expectations.
Just a little bit. I am feeling quite overburdened with his expectations.
It's okay.
Mother, what would you do if I ran away one day and joined a trope, theater trope?
Oh, you mean perform like you do in secret? Think I don't know?
Yes.
I'm after
what?
Practicing divination magic. I've been looking up on you all the time. Everything you've done. No stone unturned.
I don't know
And
if I
have
should
my
be
little-
happy that you check up on me or scared that you check up on me.
I can't have my little tea going about and running amok in
T.
Metropolis of Elia. You don't need to be scared. I turn off the scrying when it's necessary.
little T.
I
Little T.
appreciate that.
You're tarted murmuring, little T, little T. You're like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, so everyone outside, you're hearing what Tartan is saying.
Oh God!
Tartan is speaking right now. He's out loud.
I imagine Athos and Frank are just kind of like looking back and you're like, what the fuck?
You know, Mother, I hope one day I can take you guys away from this place. And
Why would
know
you
Father's
take us away
happy.
from here?
Well,
Salagales have ran this emporium for generations.
but that's the issue. Why have we not done something different, or new, or adventurous? Why are we so set in our ways of running this shop?
We are one of the prized collectors for House April. We are paid great coin to go about the world of Antares and find reliquaries and ancient artifacts from afar. Bring them here and house them in the Temerian Republic. Of greatest value, Salangale, your father actually helped secure one of the artifacts. Feywild congruence that existed here long ago. Father is in charge of that. Protection, security. And also cleaning the artifact when it's necessary.
Can you tell me about this artifact of the Feywild and what it does? I know that I've been curious before, but for some reason my memory is a little phasey on this particular item.
Well, after the Sundering, they were separated for all the houses to hold, never to be united again, to form and bridge the congruence. It was of importance to the Republic. The houses, they still use the energy that's stored inside of them. It is a well, a conduit of chaos. Your father and I, we both understand it, many as the professors at House Abros, second, third, and even first. We recognize that it is a codex. It is like a piece of another, and it communicates with that piece. It
Has
pulls
this
on the very fabric of energy and chaos in space.
has this item ever been seen to give off purple and pink cackling lightning in any form?
There has been experiments that have not gone well, and it has done so, yes. Why do you ask that?
It's something that I read in a book once about the old gods and the old one.
Hmm.
If I was to, are we aware of any others? Is anyone from House Erebos, sorry, looking for these artifacts in any other continent?
For the houses, we don't look for them. We have the source. Your father and I, before you were born, we took trips, spoke to representatives of the Torkavas Republic, the heightened seat of power, and they too had something similar, albeit no longer. They found a way to disband of them, rid themselves of them. A story that is very dark and, fortunately, had left great rebellion in the streets of the Republic. There was one who sacrificed himself. We are fortunate to not have to do that.
Yes, I suppose so. It just, based on the stories, it scares me that chaos energy, the instability of it.
Ah, well, it's arcane. Tapping into the well is very much chaotic and can go awry. Many of the items we've collected, if they're damaged, they oftentimes can be as easily as destructible. It's the very nature of it. Don't worry. Your father and I take great care and protect and do what we need to do to make sure they're secure. There's no tampering. We haven't even told you where they store it, and we never will. Now you take your seat running the shop. And maybe even become a professor at the house yourself. Enough time?
Yes, maybe. With enough time, I may become a professor. I'm just going to let out a loud sigh and kind of look to the right, because I already know what's coming next, and to me leaving and all the fun that happened after. Well, Mother, I suppose I should head to bed and prep for tomorrow.
All right. I made sure to put fresh linens. And you should find a little bit of home packaged away for you in your nightstand. Take that with you. And the shop isn't very far. We're about 5 blocks from the Institute.
I'll be sure to
Have
come
you-
back often.
If you ever need to return home, run. All right. Gives you a kiss on the cheek. I must help your father. Lots of customers today. Gets to walk away. As you stare, wide-eyed. Kind of goes distant past. place of the Emporium. Gets pulled further and further, and then begins to construct and regrow back into the tavern. And your eyes just begin to pigment this almost as if it's a cloud of that purplish smoke, and it kind of just like plumes off of your eyes. And then you're back as you were normally before, completely unfazed. However, in terms of time, your detect magic is gone, and it feels as if time has passed a decent amount. In fact, this whole conversation, the rest of you sitting around this table, has gone on for well over 10 minutes.
I imagine Frank's just eating.
Frank's just enjoying the
Aries
second
is still
course.
passed out. Frank is, well, they're still eating the first course. I've actually delivered this.
Yeah.
Still eating the first course. Master Fedor is staring at you.
You have fun, man?
How was that for you?
I don't recommend chugging this.
Did
It,
you call Frank mother?
There, so
I do have a motherly instinct about me.
you remind me more of my father. Hard-headed and arrogant.
Thank you.
It took me back to a time. It almost was like I was reliving a memory, but it was a little bit more fluid than that. I don't know how to describe it. This is a first for me. It was almost. Actually, I do have a way to describe it. Holy shit! But the only person that would understand isn't here. So, you remember when I was telling you about the vision where we got kind of teleported back in time? And we were there, but we weren't really there. Like, it wasn't something that we could change.
That's
When
definitely
you saw-
something you guys would do.
The child that we presume is Demeter.
Yes. It was much like that, except it wasn't as... I mean, maybe it was as momentous an occasion. It was the day before I left for college, and presumably the day before I, began more performances and more freedom and more on the path that led me here.
Wait, did you drop out of college after one day?
No. It was
Oh.
2 or 3 years.
Oh, okay.
My parents found out that I had kind of flunked out a little bit. It's fine. It's hard to pass when you don't go to class, you know?
You're talking to a farmer here. I have no idea.
Well, as a farmer, you should check on your daughter who's going to college and make sure she's going to class.
Thanks for the advice.
But yes, it took me back to that day. However, there was a relic that my family is the keepers of that has that chaos energy to it. That was a relic of the Feywild, it seemed. It was a codex, and there's another half somewhere. Either on the other side of the congruence, maybe? I'm not sure, but... And I'm going to look at Athos. They said that something similar existed in the Tolkar Republic at some point. Before a rebellion and destruction of these items. Do you know?
Yes, it was a nasty bit of business. They had some number of Feywild artifacts. They were seeking them out, as I recall, all over the world. But there was a bit of a split. You see, the powers that be in the Tolkar Republic were somewhat obsessive in their need to try and rebuild the congruence to the Feywild. And they thought that these artifacts, from what I understand, were the key to doing so. But there were certain organizations within their hierarchy who did not agree and ultimately rebelled against them to try and prevent such a thing from happening. in the midst of this conflict, some of these artifacts were damaged, corrupted. It's a bit unclear. It's one in particular, Chrysil Tulsilaris, came to understand that the only way to stop the congruence into the Shadowfowl was to, or prevent it from happening again, was to hide them somewhere they could not be found. So she took them into the Shadowfell and hid them, and was never seen again. So the stories say.
So she took those artifacts into the Shadowfell. My mother told me that these artifacts that they have in Tamaria, that each house has, if they were brought together, could reopen the congruence to the Feywild. Is it possible that those artifacts going to the Shadowfell are the reason that the marsh congruence that our companion, who is now parked somewhere, told us about the corruption?
He and I had spoken before about that possibility. It did seem like, at least on Picarius, the Shadowfell congruence was a side effect of attempting to open the Feywild congruence with a tainted artifact. And I had wondered if something similar had happened on this continent, but I don't know for certain.
So it's possible that when we go to deal with the Black Dragon, that we should keep our eyes open for a item of chaos magic that has been corrupted and in the possession of whoever, either on this side or that side.
And knowing you guys will find it immediately.
Probably already have it, Frank.
That's right. It's could be.
It was quite eye-opening. I think I might have taken my mother and father for granted. It did seem that they were quite seasoned adventurers.
It seems like you might have more to your bloodline than a simple shopkeep, based on what you've mentioned.
Yes, that it does seem to be the case. That there's... I may have to go back at some points.
I'm starting to feel a little sad now, thinking of his daughter.
At the very least, I probably owe them a letter, because I have not sent anything to them since we were... Well, I haven't really sent anything. I
Is
told
there
the magistrate...
Is there any active congruence on Temeria? Or has there been?
That's kind of the point, right, Michael? That they're just out of character, that they closed the congruence and they're keeping these apart to keep that from happening again?
So there is a difference in Tard and Aethys. You both would know this, but there's a difference between being congruent. There's a congruence and it's bridged. So there can exist a congruence in an area, and then it just never bridges. There's no natural occurrence of that. And these artifacts are used to bridge it to another plane. So the artifacts in the context of Temeria, they were used to bridge. And they must, according to your mother, Tartan, they must have been communicating with something on the other side or themselves to do that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Now, based on how Temeria kind of separated theirs into the houses, it's not just that they separated them, but they probably separated them away from the place that they needed to be as well in order for them to function. So they could have powerful rumors in terms of what you are understanding, Tardis, that they have they're in like containment units that they've been designed so that the power is not unleashed outside of them. So they're kind of contained very much like a nuclear reactor would, right? In terms of the Tolkarvas Republic, they had discovered that there was a congruence in their area. And so, but they didn't have the artifacts, right? They didn't have those. Whereas in Temeria, they were there on the continent. They were able to find them. So the Tolkarvas Republic spent a lot of effort, time, energy, gold to try to recover the artifacts that correspond to their. And upon gathering them, that's when the issues came to play for the Republic. Was should we do this? Should we not? And through their efforts of repairing them after getting them, right, through their efforts of trying to bridge this congruence, they did not do so successfully. Instead, they bridged to somewhere else, suggesting that congruences are actually fluid and they're linear, perhaps the way that they go linear through space. Everything the ethos you know, Shadowfell and the Feywild are mirror planes, suggesting that they sit on a linear scope in space. Congruence does something similar. So these little things I've given you just because your characters would be able to know them, right? Being knowledgeable characters coming from a magic shop, and now hearing everything that we've heard so far in this campaign. The Temerians split their artifacts up, contained them to stop the bridge, whereas the Republic, Tolkarvas Republic, I should say, both are republics, the Tolkarvas decided, with the Siltora, they decided to take it to the Shadowfell and remove it. So essentially, you're taking away one side of the telephone.
Okay.
It's a death sentence. I mean, you're literally never going to come back
Because you can't reopen that.
because you
without
can't reopen it. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a lot of info. Not what I expected from drinking wine.
I don't think any of this was how we thought it was going to go.
No.
You can't
no.
even get drunk right, dog.
No,
100% Aries was passing out tonight.
If the wine isn't to your liking, I can fetch something else.
I can handle it. I just need to pace myself.
Here, have the Talk Harvest White. It absolutely does not make you trip balls.
May I pour you another glass? Pardon.
I will give him a nod. Only if you are pouring yourself one.
Oh. I see. Yes, I brought the glass. Might as well fill it. Here, begins to pour more white for you, Athos, and then the red for Tard themselves. Says cheers in Elvish. Raises the glass. To surviving the Colosseum.
Surviving the Colosseum.
Yeah.
And looks at the unconscious body of Ares, who's passed out. That's a shame.
You have to understand, Ares is a man of science, and he needed to put your claim of unconsciousness to a scientific experiment.
Of course. One that does not heed warning. I should have expected, being twice grand champions. You didn't learn from the first time and decided to go the second time.
That's usually how it works with this group.
Yes. See as their eyes flood with purple. They sit back after taking one sip.
Wow.
He's going to be busy for a minute.
Yes.
Arden, do you drink more?
I'll be sipping it to try to maintain my focus on this reality.
All right, go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
Pass this.
14. So as you take a sip, your 14 is not successful. It's a cumulative effect that begins to build up, the DC
Oh.
being raised higher. So your eyes
Rip.
go purple and you sit back. As it happens, it's you on stage.
Oh, is this the
And
day I get my?
And you're not wearing pants.
crowd is cheering around you as you're playing and just going to town at this is the basement of the actual House of Bros kind of local college tavern, right? You're in the very secluded private area underneath. There's many elves in here. There's different species of traveling, right? People are drinking, having fun, having merry. You're currently on like a platform that serves off Jason of where the counter is of the bar in this establishment. People are just raving as you're playing, throwing gold coins. They're throwing their braziers up here. There are other things of their clothing articles, and you are sweating profusely as you've been jamming out for like hours at this point. As you hop down from the platform, you see as your admirer particularly comes up to you, begins to whisper into your ear. This person needs no introductions. Adoring fan, beautiful silver necklace with a white gemstone. Amazing eyes, sun blonde hair, high cheekbones, several freckles. They have a silver and white dress, tiny sparkles of silk. They're whispering in the ear sweet nothings. They take off the amulet. They just place it in your hand. The lyre on the other side, the instrument on your back, you're sweating, you're looking, you grab it, and you look up, smiling and remembering that picturesque face. You see that they have disappeared into the crowd. Crowd still cheering. Another bard begins to come upward onto the platform and tune themselves, right? Getting to continue this party well into the morning. You get back up onto the platform, try to look for the person. Roll perception.
Button I wanted to click.
So you don't have advantage because the Sentinel shield is not something you
Sentinel's not
have.
there.
It's not there.
But I can take the higher roll because it's the first one you roll. So 23 is what your roll is. You scan the crowd. You're put into the emotion, the motions of how you were before, but now you're kind of blending that into who you are now. You stare the crowd. You look at towards the staircase that corners itself, which is one of your primary spots. And then moving from left to right, you see the back end bar. There's two particular bars, right? One here and then one back end.
Mhm.
And you stop with your vision. You see Nameless.
Huh.
Slowly begin to pull your hand down and you just stare at them. Crowd's cheering and moving around you. The sounds are all quiet. Gunned out.
I'll head that way. I'll try to move through the crowd. Now that I
You move through the crowd as you hop down, snaking through, pushing your way, and then eventually you reach the spot where Nameless was. Nameless isn't there. Back at the Tavern, the Primaris. Master Fëanor, time has just been ranting, apparently as a small boy in the Orstar, about to their mother. It's a very romantic thing that they're saying thank you to their mom for making this beautiful dish. And they're just flooded with a memory of their past, which is what this actual drink is doing. It's actually just pulling memories out of your subconscious, bringing them to the forefront of your mind, and then you're living through them. Master Fëanor is still inside of theirs, and then eventually similar thing happens. Tardan, you obviously come out of the illusion first.
Yeah, I don't recommend drinking any more of that.
Do you have another chat with your parents?
No,
You didn't talk as much this time.
there was nothing to say. It was the performance after I met my admirer, and they gave me the gemstone, and then disappeared into the crowd. But this time, with a clear understanding of kind of what I was looking at in the memory. Nameless was there?
Wait, Nameless, the one we just met.
Yes, the one that his whole
Name's
job is
Frank.
to connect.
The time.
no,
the
not
time-
you.
No.
The timeless Nameless.
We met a robot that travels through multiple different timelines.
Oh, what?
It's long.
Well, he doesn't travel through there's just a lot of Namelesses, right? Because there's a lot of timelines.
Are they all him? Is he all one? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a connected consciousness spread across the timelines.
They have no name. They see many things. They knew we were coming. Are you saying your admirer was nameless?
It's not what I mean. Maybe Nameless didn't seem to be able to cast magic, so I don't think so.
Did you sleep with Nameless?
I mean, it's a possibility. That or Nameless gave this to my admirer and told them to set me on the right journey, which is probably more likely.
Wow, you slept with someone, didn't even get their name. Classic
We
Target.
literally don't have one. I'm wondering
I
if.
guess
Well,
it could be Nameless.
that's advanced automaton engineering.
Could actually be Nameless. That is, especially because I'm pretty sure we had a conversation as they whispered in my ear, and Nameless doesn't talk, so I don't think it was the. Now I'm
Oh,
confused.
What are
Nameless
you
chose
idiots
not to
talking
be.
about?
That's fascinating.
That is fascinating.
Well, she could have just been tripping balls too.
I could have been tripping balls, and I could have just been remembering what Nameless said, that he puts everyone on the right path. But I don't know.
I've been teaching Frank a lovely new game while you were away. And Athos has a little pile of copper coins, and he's been bouncing them across the table like quarters,
Fucking
trying to land them in Ares' hood since he's all passive on the table, just bouncing them at his head. You know,
Fuck yeah. How many coins did I make out of this?
12 copper.
Yeah, I was gonna say like one silver piece.
That's fine. That's more than I had.
Memories of my childhood.
What?
As for stairs. Seems that wine is invigorated with the spirits of the Fae. Interesting. Second
Those-
course. Stands up. Claps twice. The servants begin to walk out. Platters.
Oh, are you gonna join us since our friend here is maybe dead? Frank, we're just gonna look at Ares like,
Oh
I don't know.
no. They are not dead. No. They'll
Oh.
be fine.
But do you want me to get? Is this awkward to look at? I can make it disappear.
No, it is fine. First time we've had someone passed out drunk at this establishment.
I mean, you could just take him to his room. I don't know that you have to make him disappear.
Frank's gonna slam
I
the
was just
table
going
down
to turn
and
him
go,
invisible.
I
Great.
brought
And then somebody
you
sits in the chair and sits on my head. Oh, awesome.
some of the food from the land, some of the food from the sea. Enjoy. See, is a full, massive, like halibut. It's been like salt crusted, laying down on the thing there. There's a whole roasted pig. They're beginning to carve on a separate table, giving slabs off these other things. It's been at this point. I'm gonna say it's probably been like an hour.
Yeah,
right?
I was gonna say a whole lot.
Let's say
You
a
think
whole
I-
roasted
you think
pig.
this
Yeah, I
thing
hope
would-
so.
You anything would float if I go swimming with it?
Contemplating how quickly they could roast a hog in like an hour, and you maybe speculate that's something that they've done
Magic.
prior to, or perhaps they have magic. The chefs themselves are using magic to make this food.
They have a
Very
dragon back
whimsical
there.
baked pastries and pies and other things they're setting down. Very small and delicate. A lot of them filled with like fruit and vegetable chutneys and other ways of consuming beyond just the mediocre. Master Fenor eventually sits down after making sure all of your plates are filled, and beverages are refilled. Sitting down, Salau just watches as all of you are enjoying and eating, looks towards Ares, Holds out a hand. See the hand kind of move. There's this greenish energy. Begin to speak in Elvish, chanting a lesser restoration spell. See as Ares, spirit of your intoxication. Right.
Holy shit, stabbed him in the neck, turned him into a tree. I can't hit anything. Oh my god, what's going on? What?
What are you on, mate?
What happened?
You drank
Oh.
a second shot after you were told not to.
So technically, I don't remember, but I don't think I drank 2 whole shots. They said 2 whole shots.
It's
Like,
like
he
any
never
more
said
than
2 whole
one.
shots. He said any more than one.
Oh,
I have
I
cured
mean-
you. You are welcome.
I
As
was
part
going to
of
thank
my-
you.
Duty as your humble servant. Make sure you can still enjoy the food.
Ride or
figured.
die now, baby.
If you
would
could
like to
not
partake.
use the... Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we could not use the term servant, it is demeaning. Everyone must work for their coin, and every job has its duties, but that does not make you a servant.
And I am your steward.
Is that any better?
Whatever makes you feel happy, my man.
I mean, that's a better to me.
Do you know what a steward is versus a servant?
Steward gets paid to, well, so they both get paid, but usually a servant is more like one person type of thing. So somebody else pays them and they do whatever that person says. Their loyalties are only aligned to that, versus a steward is often similar to this situation where they're like a host and they're a steward of whatever establishment.
Do you not like that either?
I have no problem with the word steward. That's just, I don't know. Servant, people tend to look down on those that call themselves servants, and
There are many servants in many
Kind of-
places.
Progressive mindset are you running with here, Tardan? This is a very normal conversation topic. Like,
You
I've
misplaced.
heard those words spew from the underbelly of Beelder. It is a movement they refer to as woke.
I was
Viewership.
honestly doing this to make Ares feel better, but it's fine. I didn't want him
Why
to
would-
think that I viewed him as
why would
lesser
I need
based
to-
on the
Why
Huh?
would I need to feel better?
because of the past from Tamara. You keep bringing up the fact I'm a high elf.
No, I keep on bringing up the way you act.
I think he's just racist, Tardan. I don't think there's anything more to that. I think he's just racist, okay? Like,
Well, I'm trying to overcome these boundaries that we have within our party
okay,
by
liberal.
being more accepting.
I'm
We do have
accepting
some
of you.
slots open for
move on.
Friday nights at 4:30 PST.
Yes, that's true.
Don't have to be an elf.
Please don't be another.
Matter of fact, we would prefer you not be an elf.
Actually, please be another high elf, because then you can help me give Ares shit, and it is a lot of fun.
Be a dwarf so we can really go full racism in this group.
Wow. It's speciesism now. Okay.
Oh, what?
One
That's right.
D&D.
Speciesism. 1D&D, that's right.
my god.
When they wrote dwarfs and elves, the hatred for them, canonically, I knew it was a recipe.
Just saying, if it
Most
walks
things
like
are a
if it
recipe
walks
for
like a high elf
disaster.
and talks like a high elf, you know what I
What do you mean, Frank?
you know what I mean? Pointed ear fuck.
Whoa! there was this line that we were towing in this party, right? By like saying all fish people are the same and other various things. And, like we just fucking jumped right over that line, Frank.
Right over that line.
Dude, I'm
All
a
right,
fucking
stream has
Olympic
ended.
athlete
Oh.
at that, vaulting that line. You know what I mean?
I don't honestly know if you're watching the stream. I'm so sorry. Twitch is really having a hard time. I mean, I don't know how much of this is
Oh,
broadcast.
So the problem is,
Oh,
time
God,
out.
thank
like
God.
We've been
I thought
role
you were
playing.
apologizing for Frank.
Yeah.
No, we've been role playing
Oh,
for a
look.
while that we've been drinking. Guess what? Most of us have been drinking this whole
I don't
time in
know,
real
yeah.
life. So we're really getting into the characters here.
It's fine.
But Frank, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure that you qualify to say anything about anybody in the party right now until you get the party tattoo.
Nobody showed me the tattoos, so I'm not getting a tattoo.
Well, it's one of those things you can't see it until you have one yourself.
See, no, and that's how I know you're fucking lying.
Do you though?
I don't, but I'm assuming. I will die on this hill. But quick, Tardan, drink more wine and think about the tattoo. I want to see if anything comes up. Athos, you
Oh
need a
my
top off,
God.
buddy?
No, I'm quite alright. Go on.
How do I pronounce your name? Athos or Athos? I've known you for like 4 days now. I don't know.
That depends on where you're from and how much you've had to drink, I suppose.
Ismar?
I
Yeah, we don't.
pronounce,
No.
I pronounce it Athos.
Athos, there we go. Perfect. Look at Fenor right now. You doing okay, buddy?
Of course.
All right.
It's not my position to judge.
Well-
Merely to enjoy your.
Okay, but if like we were to ask you to judge, I mean,
I mean, how's our
General-
party rate with other ones? that
yeah,
have come
general
in here?
vibe. What are you thinking?
Are we like a 10 on the fun scale, and like or a 1 on the fun scale? Like, where would you rate us?
You were unconscious
I-
until about 10 seconds ago.
I
So,
most certainly was
a
not. I
10
was
on the
just
fun scale.
resting. I was resting my eyes.
Talents that I have learned from my childhood seem to have steered you in work. I sat down here because I assumed you had questions as far as the gossip and rumors of the public.
Oh.
And yet to ask that, instead we have divulged into vulgarity and specious.
Yes.
Ride or die, baby. Welcome
Ride
to
or
the group.
die.
I am half elf and half human.
Oh
So
shit,
as to
Frank.
Speak between two bridges,
Oh yeah.
or one side of a bridge, both ways, and with a family that grew up in a city-state, was controlled and hated by the Inner Republic, Elyon. I can tell you that fighting amongst each other for how you look, or even how you behave, is wasteful. Time can be spent doing many other things.
Indeed.
Yes, I mean, I suppose the reason that I was curious about you was this Thixian bottle and its connection to the congruence, but it seems that this is purely of the Feywild, and there's no, at least that I could tell, corruption of it. So it predates the corruption of the congruence in the north.
There was many Fey creatures that were refuge after the Sundering. Currently, they are in reservation in the Temerian continent. Bottles, if they did come from the Feywild, which I suspect they do now after drinking their effects, it must have been a place of a great vintner who have instilled their magic into the very essence of this beverage. Play upon the memories is a true pleasure, not known just by getting drunk. The wine glasses are from Thixia. I happened to come across refugees from the marshes of Invalen, came through the bog, south side that separates the city from the undead. They were in need of coin. And I particularly liked the glasses in the bazaar, so I gave them a handsome purse for a crate of these glasses. This was a very long time ago. I am quite old. I have more elven features and age than my human counterpart.
Do you? Hmm. That chest, did it happen to come from Siltoric Tower by any chance, out of curiosity?
Let me think on it a moment. It's been a long time. Were there markings on the crate? Or I disposed? There was a reference to a Satoric tower, carved and then burned into the wooden crate. Letters of treasury were underneath.
That is definitely interesting. It's not the first chest from the Sultoric treasury that we have ran across. So it is reminds you how small the world is, I suppose. But I think that's all the questions I had. I don't know if Athos or Frank or Aries had anything for you.
Nope.
No, that was quite fascinating, though. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge and your memories.
I don't even know half of the stuff you guys found out. So I'll have to wait to find out if I have any more questions after you guys tell me what happened.
Aries, do you remember Nameless, the robot that didn't talk on the boat?
Yes.
Tardan slept with the robot. many
No,
years
we
ago.
don't know it was the robot.
That's what we learned.
Pardon.
You'll excuse me, I will check on your third and final course, the dessert.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Hopefully it is sweet.
Tardan. I mean, honestly, are you just not capable of keeping anything in your pants for any amount of time at all?
I have been traveling with you lot for like 2 months and haven't hooked up with anybody. What do you want?
Aren't you
I
just
mean,
declogging pipes like an hour ago?
I was just gonna say, what about
I
Bruga?
legitimately cleaned pipes.
Yeah,
I'm rolling
Right.
insight on Tardan at disadvantage since I'm drinking.
Sounds good.
Control, right?
Oh, do you want me to make a deception check?
Oh, this is just for fun.
Oh,
Oh my!
shit.
Are you fucking serious?
You still didn't beat my passive deception.
Yeah, no, he's full of shit.
I'll let you
I mean-
take that roll as it is.
Sometimes, Tardan, I have such high hopes that you've grown up and matured, and then you're quick to remind me that that's not always the case.
Oh, be careful, man. He's got some serious mommy and daddy issues. So the whole growing up thing, careful.
What do you mean, What?
You don't
Did
have to
Tardan-
go there. There's
Did
nothing
Tardan
about
talk to-
that.
Hold on a
Aries,
second.
you were-
Tardan talked about his parents?
Look, at least I can handle my alcohol, okay? You had to be cured by the owner here.
I mean, if you consider, the little sip of wine that you had, alcohol, you didn't even drink the real shit.
I had a sip of the real shit.
The stuff that he was drinking actually makes you trip balls. I believe it might actually be the real shit.
Fuck.
Yes.
Damn it.
My
missed
shit
the good
takes you
stuff.
back in time, sir.
So, what type of mommy issues does he have, Frank?
I don't have mommy issues.
Rarely loves his mommy. Has issues with daddy being too. What did he say, Athos? A little too high with expectations.
Yeah, it's It's pretty standard, honestly.
Hmm. So, Tard, now we're kind of getting to the bottom of what happened in college and why you didn't finish.
No, I
Huh?
didn't finish simply because I enjoyed the crowd. I don't think it was any more complicated than that.
Hmm.
I had a very good life lined up for me. If it was for money, it was simply for the fame.
So that plan hasn't worked out yet, has it?
I don't know. I just sent another bard on his way to Eastmar to tell our tale, so I guess we'll find out.
We will indubitably be famous for something. What it might be, well,
I mean, we do have a very checkered past doing things in different places. So, I don't know, Tarden. Sounds like some of these daddy issues may have led to where you're at now. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't have any daddy issues. I
if it makes
simply
you feel any
wanted
better,
a different life than what my parents had.
if it makes you feel any better, fathers are overrated. I wouldn't worry about his approval too much.
Oh. So you may be worried about his approval then. So, how long were you in college, Tarden?
A few years. I had
Out of how many years you needed?
quite a lot, but that's besides the point. Elves are, as you're aware, elves are weird.
True.
That's basically
you're
a
saying-
semester.
I mean, I'm hearing from both Athos and Frank, who I trust implicitly, that you have daddy issues.
Athos taught me how to steal from people, and you trust him.
I mean, yeah, because I know what to expect out of Athos. You, on the other hand, kind of go back and forth a little bit here. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure I've ever met another high elf in your situation or circumstance.
There's the racism.
It has elected to not pursue college in the pursuit of fame.
I mean, I suppose that when you come from a continent of those from the Fae, and being a high elf simply allows you to be of some status, and then your magic power carrying you further and your magical understanding, it would be easy to be blinded by the coin and the power that you can wield.
I mean, if anything, honestly, everything that Tarden has done in his life is antithetical to the things that you hate about high elves. He's eschewed his fancy upbringing. He's thrown away his power and titles and pursued a life of relative poverty in the hopes of reaching some sort of fame in his own fortune.
So, you're right, Athos, and that's why I had high hopes for Tarden, but some of the mannerisms and things that he does just bring back too many memories. For instance, right now, he could just say, "Yep, I had daddy issues." But instead, he's trying to work around it so he doesn't have to tell us about his past.
Well, he is
I
a
have-
performer by nature, to be fair.
That is true.
We'll get to the bottom of this. I feel like there's more to the story here. Judging by how Tarden's deflecting all the questions.
There is always more to any story.
If we're going to start digging into past Ares, you keep mentioning this leader that gave you this gemstone, and you never want to talk about it.
Okay, Tarden, if you had the person that you trusted most in your life that got you through many different battles killed right in front of you, and it's scarred into your brain, would you really want to talk about it?
You didn't even want to talk about your daddy issues.
Frank went to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back for unrelated reasons.
That also involve a bathroom.
Frank really
also
went to the
love-
bathroom.
I'd also involve a bathroom. As you're having the conversation, Miss Fenor comes out with 3 different servants here at the establishment, and they begin to bring out 2 different kind of tort pastry things that are kind of filled, cream on glaze on top, whipped cream and other things, and old berry compotes and syrups about. Eventually, Master Fenor looks towards the candle and begins to change the colors of the candle, the hand, moving and chanting in Elvish with magic, creating a little bit of like a miniature firework display over the dessert table that's now been filled. Servants begin to accompany you to take away your plates, replenish them, and then put the desserts upon them, whatever your heart's delight. Upon that, Master Fenor dismisses the servants and goes and sits back down at the end of the table. Chair. Now, Master Fenor hasn't really been eating a whole lot with you all, has really just kind of been picking away at a plate to kind of assimilate that they're eating, right? The dessert, no food for them. Just sit down to enjoy a conversation if you have any other questions. No one has came in or out of the tavern the hour and a half that you all have been here eating and dining through 3 courses. The other tables are served in a like manner with their servants, right? So they're going through courses. The people at the bar counter are sipping on their wine, now kind of getting understanding that they are getting courses as well, but perhaps working on other things. They might be envoys from afar, right? Messengers, or they are heralds, and so they're kind of conducting business journals and other sorts of documents that kind of lay out on the bar counters. As they pick them up, those individuals now getting late, they themselves are beginning to head out. So now you're seeing kind of a change. They aren't staying here. Perhaps they're staying with guests inside of the city. They know people here. Maybe they have a guild house that they're staying at as well, or they're simply getting on a boat. If there's boats that leave this blockade and they're permitted, they're getting back on that boat and staying on that boat. So, Frank, dessert's been filled. Master Fenor has sat back down. Are you going to shift move?
Jesus, all right, man. God.
He sounded poorly last time.
I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
I want to see if you get an error. Did you get any errors?
No, everything's been fine. It's weird. I don't know what happened. Everything's been fine.
Did you delete the map?
I deleted the maps, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Hmm.
You were still attached to a bird in the Coliseum.
We think you were still attached to a bird, so when you moved it,
Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
pretty sure.
Man, these multiple timelines, man, they're just fucking with Frank. He's just like, I don't know.
I hope that dessert is to your liking.
What is it?
It looks quite good.
I thought
There are a
what is
couple
it?
torts, creme glaze, whipped cream, toppings, and these other things. The fruits are found from afar, distant lands. Perhaps those that exist in other continents might find them familiar. Who knows?
Are they going to make us see the past again? Is this?
No, that was the wine, my dear friend. You may drink that as you wish, or you may be done with it.
You guys are friends now. Look at that.
I believe I will save that for another day.
We will store it away then in the cellar and keep it just for you when you want it again.
You can see a noticeable change in Ares' attitude after having the conversation with Tarden, where he's kind of eating but angrily stabbing and cutting his dessert. And like the upset girlfriend or boyfriend, depending on where you're at, you know, kind of
I mean, like an angry child.
Just saying. We
Stabbing away at it.
I mean, we happen to know a lot about Ares Pass, or at least more about Ares Pass than we do Tarden's. Tarden always deflects.
Tartan's past. I mean, everyone else knows about my past now pretty well. I banged someone, got a necklace. I like to perform, and I ran away from home. I don't know what else you want from me.
I feel like that's the iceberg tip, right? And then underneath the water is everything that we really want to know. We'll get there.
So I suppose we said 2 days time, so that means we get our coin tomorrow. Since today we spent, or no, today is the same day.
It's-
It has
yes,
been a very long day.
a very long day. Yeah, I believe tomorrow we were considering going to speak with the military.
Do we have to?
The military, no,
Well-
we're passing on that. We're not doing that.
As they'll just send more people after us. It might as well get it out of the way. They'll make some stupid proposal. If it's really stupid, we'll say no, and we can. That's our business.
Oh,
Wait,
we
wait,
know
wait, hear
that
me out.
I'm sending people for us.
Hear me out.
Master Fenor.
Oh.
If anyone comes from the council, we're not here.
Wait, what?
Did you see someone?
Oh, I
Are we not here?
see.
Yeah, one of their couriers almost found me on the road. I had to go invisible to avoid them.
I
What?
imagine we won't be able to get away with that for long either.
It's probably not, but it worked in the meantime, and we only have a couple more days left in the city, and I'd prefer them to be uneventful.
Let's just go talk to the military right now. They won't bother.
Because
Sorry,
it's
as you're
9:30.
saying that, the door swings open on the opposite side. You see the same courier, drenched with a poncho over the shoulders. They're breathing heavily and profusely as they begin to mud their boots into the rug. They're looking from left to right inside of the almost empty tavern. They lock eyes with the
Fuck.
table. Begin to run across the way, stopping. They let
I go to attack
Lamb
him with
down.
my great axe.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Are we rolling? Are you attacking?
No, I'm not actually.
They take out from the satchel, they take out an actual envelope that's been stamped with the Alathan Council symbol for the messenger office. They sit it down onto the table.
Who the fuck are you?
Hi,
That's rude.
my name is Rascal Wellington. I am third courier,
Okay, I don't
At
care
the,
anymore. What do you want?
Office of Messages. So they think, I am here to serve you with a notice that you are to report at the Alathan Council City meeting in the large council hall room in the morning to speak in
in the
front of the
morning.
city for what has happened
Who do you
in
think
the
we are?
Coliseum.
Oh,
You are
What?
Hold on. Who do you think we are?
twice grand champions, victors of the Coliseum, and creator of the Second Sun Tree.
There's
No,
no
does this
evidence
group?
that
He
We don't
doesn't-
have the right enough amount of elves here.
He doesn't
I'm just
like
the
it.
best. I'm just the messenger.
You got the wrong
Uh,
people, man.
You got the
Check
wrong
out-
group. We don't have the right amount of elves
Check,
here.
check the other
I don't
end.
think I do. They grab a piece of paper out. In fact, they grab 4 pieces of paper and begin to set them down. And then you see each of your faces have been drawn upon them with your names underneath.
That looks nothing like.
Do any of these look like me right now? Do
right
any
now.
of these?
Not
No,
you
Tardan,
particularly.
that one Tardan, that one
Right.
right there is clearly you.
Who is Tardan?
Tardan.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure this is you. I've been tracking you all through. There's other messages got sent out to the taverns, and
Is this?
run around all night. So
This feels
Forget-
fake. I think I'm gonna grab him and I'm gonna torture him in the bathroom. I think I'm gonna. This feels like a
Yeah,
trap.
Oh my
On your
god.
romantic skills. That's.
look, you can show
I
up
hate-
or not.
I hate to argue semantics, but you.
I don't
said-
know who that is, but
See, you got the wrong group.
I heard the name Tartan come out of that one's mouth. That's this person's supposed
He
to pay
read
rent.
the
This is Tartan.
paper. You could see
He
it
read
right
the
there. You
paper.
can easily read the paper. You put it on the
He,
table.
this
Look,
guy is a
look.
jokester. He likes to play
I'm
with
just the
people.
messenger. Okay, you
Yeah,
can
no,
you
go
open
find
it
the
up,
right people.
show up. I think that this is.
I'm gonna trip
You know what?
him.
I'm going
as
to
he
complain to your
walks away.
manager.
I'm gonna trip him as he
So,
walks
so
away.
look here.
You,
I'm
you
sorry,
are
what was your name
bringing the
again?
message to the wrong group.
Your name
My name is
Third
Rascal
Woods?
Wellington.
Yeah, Rascal Wellington, fuck off.
Rascal, I got to ask you a question here, man. So you had to have seen what happened in the town and what we did in the arena, right? Or at least heard about it, right?
I have. I've heard rumors.
And what makes you think that this is the type of group that is going to respond very well to a messenger or not, a summons to come meet with people?
That's above my pay grade, sir. I am just
That's
the
fair.
messenger. I'm here to hand the envelope to the twice great champions to summon them as audience. You
In
can
all
hold the
fairness,
envelope.
he
You show
doesn't
up. You
work.
don't show up. It's not a court order. There's no guards after you. No Talthars. Everything's fine. Please don't kill me.
You know,
I'm gonna get out of
Rascal-
here.
No, no, no,
Fine,
hold on,
I
before
know.
you leave. But no, before you leave, I have a question for you.
Well, who the hell are
Okay, what?
you?
Is there an animal that you have ever wanted to be?
Oh dear God!
No.
Why are we
Oh,
torturing the messenger?
No. Answer the fucking question.
I don't want to be an
Rascal.
animal.
Rascal, answer the fucking question.
I have to agree with Rascal. There's no violence in the provider.
Oh, we're not getting violent.
No
We're
one-
being friends.
Oh,
Have a wine for you, Rascal? That would be just absolutely perfect.
Oh, dude, Rascal, you want some wine?
Take my
Let
seat.
the poor
I
man
don't
go.
want anything,
God's
please.
sake.
Please. I don't want anything. If you want to do anything of hostile, you may.
I'm sitting down.
What?
Rascal,
If
real
you-
quick, please, and I'll take the copper that I feel in my hood and give it to him. Tell him, thank you for your passing the message along, and please pass this message back to them that we may consider the offer to come appear in front of the council to receive a thank you for saving the town from the forces that were here. Please stop tracking us down, though.
Thank you. I will stop at once. No one will bother you. Yes. Bye. Goodbye. See you
We're the
later.
good guys.
When did you
Yeah.
become such an asshole, Aries?
Why are we
slits.
all such assholes?
I can't even
mean-
have one. I'm
I
gonna
was
slam
trying
my
to help
fist
him
on the
leave out
fucking
his
table. I
dream,
can
okay?
have one
Hey.
damn night to just enjoy the
Oh,
evening without being bothered.
You had that at the lighthouse today, so let's not hear that, okay?
The lighthouse with the ghost man.
You're not even sure if the keeper.
That's what I'm saying. I don't...
I will allow you all to open the envelope in secret. I have matters.
Oh, you
to-
read it for us. Do it.
No.
Yeah,
It is for your ears only.
you're
To
my
be summoned
servant.
by the Elation Council
I insist.
And to speak in the Great Hall is quite an honor.
Really? This dump hole? All right.
Do you guys think this note is fireproof?
Let me just
That's
read
the
it.
worst.
Just
For
give it to
God's
me.
sakes,
Walks
just
to the
fucking read it. Why are you being
Read
so
the fucking-
fucking obstinate?
Just read the fucking
God.
note.
I'm so tired of fucking
You
shit
out of
trying to
character.
kill us.
You don't have to do this. This
We
is
know.
Just,
No, we
this
know.
is just a messenger sent by
We
multiple
absolutely
messengers
know.
This is our
from the
characters
opposite
having a
messages
mental
and
breakdown.
the Lathan Council to deliver a message
Michael,
to summon you to
Michael,
audience.
we know
That's
we're
literally all
purposely
it is.
being difficult. That's the whole point. We're
That's the
purposely
whole
being
point.
upset and difficult. We know it's nothing. We're just
to kill the courier.
we're being fucking
No,
assholes.
I wasn't gonna kill him. I was gonna help him live out a dream. Okay, if he was ever curious what it was like to be a cat, he would have turned into a cat. It's a thing, you know.
And I tried to help him find that dream, but he refused.
Tarden says he has no daddy issues here. I'm not sure I believe him any more than I did.
You
5
want me to
minutes
read
ago
the
before
fucking note? I'll
courier
read the
came in.
fucking note. Give me the fucking note. I'll read.
Daddy Frank, if you could read the note, that'd be fantastic.
Of course, son tarded.
Hold on. I'm just curious. Can Frank read?
Yeah, I can fucking read.
What is wrong with you, Aries? You hate elves. Now you're insulting this man on his intelligence just because
I
he was
was
a farmer.
told-
What do you think? Farmers are like fucking unintelligent motherfucker. Like what? What is wrong with you?
I can read good, okay?
Tarden, you heard his jokes. I mean, come on. There's a logical jump here.
He's better at telling jokes than you are at lying.
I mean, that's true. But I admit that I can't lie.
I don't see the correlation there, Tarn. Give me the note.
I will
Alright,
hand you the
What's
note.
the fucking notes?
Greetings and high salutations.
God God.
You, twice grand champions and creators of the second century, are hereby summoned an hour after first light to the great hall at the Elathan Council Chambers.
I'm gonna write
Did I say
no at the
after
bottom. No.
like after first light?
Yes,
Hour after
1
first
hour after
light.
first light.
Oh,
Wow, what do
God,
what do you
that's
guys say we
early.
make this like a brunch thing?
We
do it
will
after
be most
oh.
welcome
Still going, all right.
to accept you as speaker and a reward to be given
Oh,
Oh fuck, we're in.
God damn it.
of 10,000 gold pieces,
That's all they're giving us.
Hereby awarded by the elected Elathan Council.
I'm gonna roll insight on the note.
Oh my god. I mean,
It's clearly a
this
trap,
almost makes
right?
up for all the money that we spent today getting bodyguards and Bruga to watch our gold for us. So
I kind of miss when we were poor. I feel like we didn't have this many problems.
we weren't grand champions. We were just no
Yeah.
What are you? Who was poor?
Me.
me. I mean, technically still am. We don't have our money yet.
That's true, actually. We have zero capital right now. We got nothing going on.
I have money.
Oh, by the
Oh,
way,
that's a-
cheers.
that's
Thanks
a
for paying for the
shock.
nights tonight.
What
I
do you
swear,
mean it's a
Aries, if
shock?
you say one more thing about a high elf, I swear to God. I swear.
I didn't say anything
Frank's
about
gonna
it.
kill you.
We are gonna have an
Someday.
entire session of group therapy working on these issues, okay?
You know what? You know what's funny about this whole thing though is Ares hasn't said anything about a high elf. He's talked about attitudes and demeanors and mannerisms. You guys are the ones attributing this to high elf hate.
You cannot pull the reverse Uno racism card on us.
Just because
I'm
you
just
didn't
saying.
specifically say it doesn't mean that you didn't imply it.
And as far as Ares' attitude goes, you did bring up his past and the dude that he saw tortured and killed in front of him. I mean, he's not exactly going to be happy about that or in a fucking chipper mood, right?
It's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
That was after you called out, supposedly me having daddy issues. So I get it.
I was just relaying what Frank told me from when I was passed out. Let's think about that.
You know what, guys? I'm happy we had this conflict resolution
All right.
moment.
I think it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, I believe I'm going to retire for the
Yeah,
evening.
I'm going to the enticing weasel. I need to make some more money. You guys are expensive dates.
Dude,
Hold on.
Just
the entire-
one
that's
night,
where
can
we
we
stayed
just-
the night before, isn't it?
can we just
Yes,
have
I need to
morning
go,
and night
get
with
the-
normalcy? Just one day.
Oh, that's
been
fine.
over.
Okay, we can go to bed. Can we get the keys to the rooms?
4 gold keys, one of which is jewel encrusted, nearby the stem and the teeth. 3 common, 1.
I do appreciate that. We will be retiring for the evening.
Of course,
can I
you will
take a-
find the masseuse in your room,
Oh, thank God.
waiting to massage and relax you. And a servant will be outside each of your doors all night long if you have any requests. They may also bathe you. There are wash tubs and perfumes and soaps, hot water in your tubs, a fireplace lit all night.
Must be fresh as
It is not common for non-nobles and adventuring folk who like to be bathed. So you may simply say you do not like it, but the servants are trained to do so, so don't feel like there is intrusion.
In other words, don't kill the servants if they try to help us.
They generally probably don't harm the
Who
help.
would
It's
kill
to-
the servants?
well, okay, no one's gonna
I
kill these
have
100%.
just witnessed you all having quite an ordeal from being summoned.
Okay, we also
Forward.
had a flying eye monster and an avatar of a god come after us not that long
Of
ago. Okay?
course.
We're a little
Of course.
paranoid. We've earned that right.
And I understand, which is why I'm just giving you a warning.
And I appreciate it, sir.
I
Hard to
would
tip
not
the
like
man.
to lose one of my servants as they scrubbed your
Oh
nooks
my
and crannies.
So through all of this, does it look like anybody in the bar has been paying us any more
perception.
than desired attention that we may need? Or
Was that while you were
directed
awake,
toward
or,
ourselves?
or
Yeah, while I was awake.
Nobody has paid attention. The barkeeps are cleaning bottles. They're scrubbing at this point. They're getting basically everything kind of washed out, ready to go. The cooks themselves are turning things down, right? So everything's kind of winding. The other tables have been fed. They're on their desserts. There's only 2 tables that are currently filled, and the bar counter is completely empty.
This is like one of those places where it all stays in the walls. What happens here stays here type thing. Holy shit.
It's just a soul night, you know what I mean?
That's-
We
that's
just
part
paid
of what you pay
300
for.
gold to stay here.
No, you just paid 300
Yeah,
gold.
we didn't.
I'm gonna
We
wink at
didn't
Target.
pay anything.
Anyway, so who you thinking about giving that room to, buddy?
If you need anything from me, just ask. Good night.
Thank you for your hospitality tonight. It is much appreciated, despite our quirky demeanor and attitude.
Dickishness.
Lowers the head, walks back into the kitchen, starts closing up.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to retire. I'm just going to finish the what's left of the shot and to bed.
Be careful, Athos. That stuff is deadly.
I will grab the gem encrusted key and follow behind.
I'm gonna grab the rest of the keys and run away.
So you all begin to head upstairs.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a kind of a common with more of these tables that are up there. There are servants currently up there at the doors through 3 different corridors. The 2 corridors on the north side go into the upper and then the common rooms, and then the master actually has their double doors directly in that 3rd corridor, directly kind of facing the common area as you round up. Now, each of these rooms has a king size kind of mattress that is cotton filled with down and then other supportive materials. There's actually springs that they have put into these mattresses. They're on solid wooden frames that have been neatly ornate and carved and supported. They each have their own bathrooms with wash tubs, and they have perfumes, scents, and other sorts of soaps. Going with that, they have their own fireplaces, stove chimneys, and hearths, 2 lounge chairs, chase lounge, and then a table and wardrobe. The upper room simply is larger. It just has more room. So the table that's in there might have a few chairs to maybe if you want to have entertain guests inside of a room, you can. It has a wet bar as well. So there's beverages inside of that room that you can help yourself to without having to fetch your servant. But beyond that, the rooms are quite similar. The master actually has a dining, like a banquet table inside of it. There are game tables in there as well. There's a chandelier of crystal. And so it's just kind of going up and up and up. But even the common room here is like, we're talking off the charts crazy. Silk sheets and linens, plush cotton pillows. I mean, it's luxurious. The servant immediately looks towards you, takes your key for you, unlocks the door, asks if you need anything, tells you the masseuse is ready inside. They've laid out a table similar to that of like a massage table at the base of the bed. There are oils and other things that they have concocted to help and relax you. Towel ready for you to undress. These are the things that greet you soon that you make way into the room. Servant also phrases the whole washing thing, right? That a bath is ready after your massage, and they can clean you as to your heart's desire, whatever soap, whatever perfume you like. We don't need to get into that role play. Is there anything that you all are specially requesting or doing before you decide to sleep?
Yeah, so I would like to. I mean, I would think I have a piece of string, or can get a piece of string and put it on the door, so that somebody can't sneak into my room. And then I'm going to put the pillows in the bed like it's somebody in the bed, and I'm going to go and hide in the corner and keep an eye out on the rest of the room for anybody that's trying to sneak in and potentially, Sir Dougal me and take something off my belt, like what happened in the past.
Don't you have a special item for that now?
Yeah, but so I was going to ask about that. I didn't want to do it here. I was going to wait for the break, so I'll just wait for the break so I don't waste everybody's time to ask the question about it.
Okay, that's fine. Totally cool. All right. So doesn't sound like anybody's doing anything else in particular. So eventually get yourself wrapped up. They also have a hot kind of what I was going to say. It's a bag filled with, I'm not sure if it, based on the age of the people here, it's a bag filled with like hot water, right? To help keep your feet warm. That's in the bed as well. The servants.
Oh my
bring that.
god.
So like I said, it's like on layers, top of layers of comfort that's given to you here. And you are all able at this point to get your long rest. So you can go ahead and take your long rest. We'll see if it works on the foundry. I'm probably going to guarantee with how many errors I've actually been getting here. I'm going to make an actual notepad at this point for changes that in terms of like how much gold you spent on other things, because we will be basically reverting everything in the world here. So any changes you make to your character sheet, anything like that, maybe just keep track of that on a notepad personally or mentally. And so that way we can make those changes when we come back next week. But it's definitely not working out right now. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. So we'll take our 10-minute break here. We started late, so we'll probably push till 9 p.m. PST, right? So 30 minutes after is kind of what we got going. If you're watching the stream, thanks for sticking with it. Twitch has been going absolutely haphazard,
Oh, I
crazy.
thought you were going to say we were just fucking garbage.
No, wow, no.
We threatened
No.
to turn a man that was just delivering a message to an animal.
Hey,
What's
you know
this
what,
we?
y'all?
There were only 2 of us did that.
That's right. So
I mean, I know I can't do that. So
No, the Twitch server connection to the stream has just been really poor.
Yeah.
I personally haven't been lagging. I've checked my latency; everything's been fine on my end. So it's just connecting to the Twitch server. So we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. We'll come back probably about 7:40 ish p.m. PST. Hopefully, you join us after the break and watch what Ride or Die has to offer.
Woo!
See you in a bit. Bye.
Ah.
Always interesting.
welcome back. If you're joining us,
Hope.
thanks so much. As I talk into a camera with probably nobody watching. I'm just kidding. Looks like we have 2 viewers. So thank you for that, even though it might be ourselves. But still, thank you to ourselves.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Hello from the past to YouTube
Hello
and
from the
those like
past.
massive views that we're gonna get in a week.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're a popular group apparently to YouTube. Got I think 52 views now in the one session 32.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
We're used
algorithm
as an
working hard.
example of what not to be as a D&D
I
group.
think most of those people are like, "What are this dumbass group going to do this time?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
Views,
there's a market for
which is
that.
fine. Which is fine.
Jackass,
Okay.
the role playing game.
Yeah.
So-
Yep.
As you arise in the morning, there is a new servant at your door. Definitely change of shift, perhaps. They introduce themselves to you. They offer to bring you breakfast from downstairs. They also offer to refill your tub with hot water, giving you a bath in the morning. They offer to adorn your clothes, put makeup, perfume, and other things on you, dress you, and make you prim and proper for the day. None of that you have to do, right? You can accept that or not. They also say you can easily go downstairs and get breakfast from Master Fenor and maybe perhaps one of the other barkeeps that are currently working down there. So they just are here to wait and to serve you. There is no one else in this tavern. You all come down the stairs for those who decided not to get breakfast and other things. You come downstairs. The tables are empty. They are cleared, they are set, plated, and ready to go for people that walk in. Something to note from what Master Fenor said is that no one's staying in the rooms upstairs. So you all are the only people. Master Fenor is delicately folding napkins into different shapes for the tables at the bar counter. Another one is dusting wine bottles off of a tall shelf that goes up to 12 feet with a sliding ladder. Cooks are ferociously making the breakfast that you all dine and enjoy. Every meal, 3 courses. It's quiet, except for the faint cups, ladder that is happening currently in the kitchen. On seeing you come down, Master Fenor stops what they're doing and eagerly makes way to the edge of the table, stopping with a slight bow of the head. They appear to have slept and changed their clothes, so they might have left for the evening and stayed in their house or manor, wherever they live. They have returned. Good morning. Today is the 23rd of Sephiros. Mole is the day. May I introduce you to a coffee, perhaps? Something to wake you up and shed away the alcohol you had last night.
Sounds amazing.
that sounds perfect.
I will get right on that. For breakfast is 3 courses. Of course, we've had guests that were unable to fill. Do not eat what you do not want, and none will go to waste. Here at the Prim Iris, we give, and today we give to the many who have succumbed to the demigod's destruction. I will be.
Would
Yes.
go ahead.
No, go.
I was just going to ask if I gave you another 150 gold, if you could donate some extra to those that are suffering. Just if you're already cooking, get a little bit extra out.
A gracious donation, and your charity will not go to waste. I will put it forth for meals for those who have been dealt a very tragic and horrible fate.
You know, Tardan, you continuously surprise me with the things that you do.
My
Just talking
perception
about.
may be wrong about you.
I mean, 150 gold is not much when we're about to get another 10,000 and another 180,000 after that, and another 30,000 after that.
You see, and then you do stuff like this. It's
I
not
will be back.
it's not the amount of gold that you gave. It's the fact that you thought about doing it and then actually did it. It
I don't know
has
that I
nothing to-
thought it through.
Go ahead.
I just said I don't know that I thought.
Well,
Well,
it's certainly not new.
but that proves a point that maybe I am wrong about you, and your heart is a good heart, despite the way you outwardly present yourself sometimes.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
You're a strange one, Tardan. But I'll get to the bottom of this.
You do seem to have quite the fascination with our friend Tom.
He really does, and I don't know if I
Almost.
should be.
Passionately so. You should be flattered, I believe.
Or scared. You know, that is how.
Well, that, no. If I were hunting someone, I would spend that much time getting to know them as well, I suppose.
Have you, for Tardan, the question kind of OOC, but have you actually taken the time to look at Ares this morning and when he's talking to you, or are you kind of just talking and doing whatever?
Pardon's hungover and probably just looking at the plate, trying to not go back to bed.
All right. Well, I would assume Athos, with his passive perception, you can see after 2 days of no sleep, some bloodshot eyes, and a bloodshot, and I guess like I can't think of another word other than sunken in eyes, and kind of bags underneath the eyes of Ares as he's talking and saying things.
Did you take another level of exhaustion?
I mean, no, not that you know.
Did you sleep all right, Mary? It's a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, I still seem to have all my stuff. I think I'm doing okay. Why?
Well,
Do you know
what
something I
is
don't
that?
know?
Should I?
You know something I don't know, Athos?
I know many things that you do not know. You'd have to be more specific.
What the fuck
I
is
mean,
going on?
You think
We
you
had a
know
whole
more.
conversation about stuff that you don't know.
I mean, that's fair because nobody shared anything with me yet. So all I know is that Frank said Tardan has daddy issues. Tardan denied those daddy issues. And then we got into a little bit of a tiff last night. And then this morning, Tardan shows that he does have a kind heart. And I don't know what the hell to think anymore.
Well, that about sums it up, doesn't it?
Pretty much lines up with actually exactly what happened yesterday.
Oh, so you just admitted you have daddy issues. Thanks, Tardan.
No, Frank implied I had daddy issues. That doesn't mean that I have them. See, now that I'm not drunk, I can actually spin my tails a little bit better.
Oh, so now you just admitted that you're lying.
I do not lie. I bend the truth. There's a difference.
Well,
That is true.
Semantics.
One of your more quality features.
As Fenora
You have
comes
to
back,
admit,
begins to fill small little cups full of the black coffee, and then lays down little tiny cups full of cream, sugar. I'll be back with your first course. Walks back to the kitchen.
Ares just pounds the coffee straight black.
Pardon adds plenty of creamer and plenty of sugar, as no one would expect otherwise.
I knew it.
So, I suppose we had talked about going to see the military, but if our summons to this other place is for first thing in the morning, we might as well stop by there first.
I
I
guess.
suppose we
I mean,
should.
They offered
Frank-
us money. It's much more
They did.
cordial than I expected, honestly.
All
Why
right,
are you
well,
guys so
we get the money
reluctant
and
to go to
leave.
this council?
Because everyone wants us to do stuff for them. And then they try to kill us.
Let's just go get the money. And
Only
leave.
only your friends so far have tried to kill us, really.
No, that's a great point, Athos.
Well, there's like 4 of them running around town
That's-
now, so
so
since
just-
yesterday.
Don't make friends with the council, and we should be fine.
All right.
I will do my best. Maybe I just don't talk today. Maybe today is my day I just don't talk.
Fantastic. What a day.
There is no way
Wow.
that's ever going to happen.
It is rather your greatest skill, though.
We might have done the impossible tonight.
You might have.
Hey, you
This
guys
would
know
be
what they
interesting.
call a fly with no wings? A walk. All right, let's go. Frank's in it.
My God. You've
Frank's
choked
just gonna
on
run it
to
out the
go.
door,
Wow,
baby.
that was a dead joke.
Frank is back.
How does that beer taste the second time around?
Dude, I actually might kill Deuce in real life. Oh my god.
He's dying. Roll a Constitution saving throw.
You killed him.
I'm good.
You all staying for breakfast? You're just gonna head out?
I mean, I kind of wanted breakfast, but Frank just left. So
Dude, I got my coffee. That's all I need.
Just grab a pocket bacon to go.
oh, we're doing pocket bacon now. Okay.
That means so much more to me and you than anyone else in this group.
Farewell. Your food will be waiting for you. Lunch and dinner when you come back.
Thanks,
Goodbye.
buddy. Thanks, buddy. We'll see you later.
Man, we should have stayed here before. This is a lot better.
Frank, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not sure that we could have afforded it, to be quite honest.
Oh.
I mean, Tardan could have, obviously, because he's paying for everybody, but not everybody else. Athos, I don't know. You never seem to talk about it. I would assume you have some money, seeing how you're a pretty smart guy. But then again, I could also see how you wouldn't have any money.
Imagine how much money we could have made if we kept those drugs and Tartan didn't try to drug me.
If Athos didn't inhale all of them from Tardan throwing them in his face.
No, he threw him in Frank's face.
Threw it in my face and
Oh,
he
yeah,
was the
sure.
only one that got high.
yeah, he's the one who was like, great idea. And the rest of us were like, huh? Anyway, where are we going? Where's this fantastic is there an address on this letter?
I thought they said where it was. No?
To the
Am I wrong?
council hall, I would guess.
You guys know how to get
would-
there?
I would imagine it's a rather prominent building in town.
So we're probably going to number 21, the Lathan Council Hall.
That's precisely
There you
what the
go.
letter said, yes.
That's exactly what it said. That's where we're going.
Back to the Coliseum? All right, bet.
I mean, we're passing by it for sure.
So we're heading to the
The
council.
council. Yeah.
We got there
Yes,
first.
sir.
Everyone's
Quick
very
collection
sad
of
by
money
that.
and then
I should have just never put any sort of, anything of no cash value. Nothing. Okay.
Dude, as soon as you said rewards, you had me.
You begin to
you have my
head north
axe.
from the Prim Iris, kind of borderline that road that adjacents the sandstone wall that encompasses the bazaar. The sounds kind of pouring over and filling. There's a large amount of horse traffic and kind of riding that's happening here. You can use the sidewalks. You can walk on the road. The rain is falling down with the overcast. The wind's kind of pushing through. And as you begin to make way outside of the merchant district, you're kind of in the in-between space of where the city is kind of extending of housing, and they have a large park that's open with many different statues and fountains and park benches. People are enjoying themselves through walks, or they're kind of underneath a tree, maybe catching themselves before getting back onto the sidewalk. The morning is a bust. This is a city that is lively. It is a city that works off day and night to make your coin. You eventually then pass by a large stables. There is many individuals that work in this particular stables. It's a Lathan, it's a city ran, so it's a public business. And there are stagecoaches and carts and kind of horse stalls and corrals that are in there. And eventually you get into that large kind of boardwalk, if you will, the place where they had the performances and the traders and the other things. It's a spill off of the bazaar. And they still have that platform like theater that they had constructed next to the massive, near 200-foot tall grand library with the stained glass windows and the domed like ceiling structures of stone and wood. It's an immaculate piece of engineering and ingenuity. You're moving past the forested region, continuing on that boardwalk north, and eventually you see the large 15-foot sandstone wall that has a slight cranial lip with wrought iron kind of support beams that go, poles, I should say, that go into the sandstone, almost anchoring it through. The actual entry into the establishment is marked by another stables. It's kind of a quick, park your horse, park your stagecoach. They're going to grab it for you, and then you could walk into the actual council grounds. The council hall is 5 stories of sandstone that is rock walled, and it's filled with dark and light wood from various places. It has been renovated. New additions have been added over the many hundred years of its existence. The grounds surrounding the hall are filled with temperate gardens, deciduous and evergreen trees. A few dirt, rock, and sand paths combined with statues, plaques, and fountains create a park-like effect around it. A small kind of little bit of half walling every so often through some of the bridges as they put in little bit of waterways, these little kind of streams and these neat little features. They've spent a lot of time improving the decor, and there are people that are walking, holding little cups of coffee or beverages of sorts through these cup and play mugs, and they're discussing business, right? They probably haven't even stepped foot into the council hall, to their department, or to their office, and yet they're taking in the sights and the sounds and using it as a constructive way of dealing business. There is a reason why Alathan can function without an established kind of form of centralized governance, why there is this council that's comprised of many different individuals, and it's because they work as a community to do so. This all works off of your insights into why, maybe perhaps why you're not surprised that they would try to summon you, right? They need to know, the community needs to hear about what has happened, what has transpired, so they can act according. It's not like they're putting you in prison or chains or anything like that, but they're trying to reach out to you as much as possible to get the scoop, right? So, a set of sandstone staircases. They are going to lead in through a semi-arched entry, about 12 feet wide and about 14 feet tall. Okay, that's going to now die down the rain as well as the wind, and the crowd is going to continue. Accompanying the 5 stories are small balconies and metal-edged windows. So as you're passing through the entry, there are shadows and movements and everything that are now drowned out. There, met here through the entry, is a large-sized entry chamber, and there are many different wooden staircases that are leading not only to the first, but to all the way to the 5th floor. And each of the staircases seem rather independent, as they're not kind of carrying up to all of the floors, but rather 1 or 2 or maybe 3. They are beautiful, ornately done in the way that they're carved in the carpentry to make them so. There are artwork, large portrait painting, shelves, and decor throughout this space. Spiralized sandstone pillars supporting the entire ceiling height that goes all the way up to 5 stories. And above, you can see that they have spent great work in using metal to reinforce the wooden rafters. Like I said, additions, right? This never used to be this large, but they have had to make it so. Now, the entry chamber itself has 4 corridors just on the first floor. It goes 2 to the west, 1 to the east, and another north. The northern one kind of goes about 30 feet or so into what you imagine is the Great Hall, right? You could hear the sounds of the robustness, and the hall itself is 15 feet wide and the large wooden and metal reinforced doors are swinging back and forth as people are going in. There's also representatives of the council, unlike the courier with the badge and the symbol that I stated before. They themselves have one. They don't have any weapons or anything. They're just there to hand out papers, almost like they're like town criers handing out pamphlets for individuals coming in and out for what is expected. To the left and right along the walls are the postage. They're giving the time and the dates of what is going to be happening in this great hall. In addition, there is a door that leads on the left side of that corridor going into a dining hall and a breakfast bar, and a kitchen is attached to it. So people can get fed here, eat here, right? So that corridor is very mainstream. The other corridors, particularly the east one, that's going to go to the Department of Messages, the Office of Messages. That is the largest ton of department that the council has. And then they have numerous other ones in there and then the other floors. There is nobody that actually lives here, right? This is all business related. They have their departments, they have their offices, and there are signage and postages that are attached to the banisters of the staircase and even to the walls if the kind of the staircases are adjacent to that, or perhaps the corridors, and very similar to an office building in the way that they're kind of designated and directing you through. Now, you know that the Great Hall is where it's at. That was what the message is for. You can see that there is a actual signage now that you're kind of working in that direction across the entry hall, the entry chamber, I should state. You can see that there is a sign that is dangling down from the top of that 10-foot ceiling height of that corridor, and it literally says the Great Hall, and it's noted as such. You begin to make way for that. I'm going to go ahead and drop your tokens down, and then I'm going to go ahead and describe the token hall in all of its glory. This is a particularly large map, so hopefully it's not going to be too bad.
Holy cow.
So, now, the Great Hall has a ceiling height of about 45 feet. Together with the dining hall, they are going to encompass 3 to 4 stories worth of height of the actual thing. So, not all, right, but this is encompassing more so. These wooden pillars, some large, others small, support the ceiling height. About 30 feet above, windows align the northern, southern, and eastern walls. They're small, but provide enough light when combined with the many lamps that protrude from the wooden pillars. There are a series of rows and columns to the north and south of the central walkways. These contain wooden benches as they ascend upwards to nearly 35 feet. The rugs or runners signify the house or business the sections are reserved for. It is not uncommon to have them filled during important legislation, as each representative wants as much support for their cause. Between the central walkways that go up to the speaker's platform and podium are additional benches. These are for public audience, as the council hall and meeting chambers are open to the public. The speaker's platform is about 12 feet above and is supported by small wooden stilts or stands. Behind, banners and other decor are present. Scissor chair above runners are for those present and on the docket to speak that day, as well as court recorders, legislators, and delegates. As you're walking in, these tokens are purely for placement only. This place is jam fucking packed. If I put all the tokens down, you literally couldn't load this map. So this whole place is jam packed. There's just people everywhere. The podium, there's a person currently on it addressing the crowd, speaking. There are people behind them on the scissor chairs. Many of them are of council representative. They are not potentially people that will be speaking that day, but rather individuals that are reserving the chairs The actual major council representatives, as you're looking about from the runners, they have signage, postage that is lining the first bench or pew and some of the pillars through the banners, and the names are beginning to represent. You can see that you have Akvar Construction, Rudicar, Bluegrass Company, Cedric Bay Company, House Fortune and Favor, House Hamad, House Orillo.
Oh,
Oh,
Does that sound familiar to someone?
Does that ring a bell? Taltharian Navy, the Goli Alliance. So these are notable ones. Not all of them, but notable ones that I'll phrase to you all. So, as you walk in, the crowd is continuing talking as the speaker is addressing. We have on the docket today, first and foremost, order in the court, begins to bang the gavel. The crowd begins to silence themselves. Brief murmur. Good. I'm glad. We have individuals that will be speaking. We have sent for them by the Office of Messages. Courier hopefully has delivered. We hope to expect them an hour after sunlight, which is, albeit late. We will wait for them, as I'm sure all of you are here to speak your questions and to hear them. Voice your concerns, yes? All right. Well, we just need to wait a little longer for them to arrive. They are speaking at the podium, and the podium is like throwing their voice out. There doesn't seem to be any sort of like mechanical method to this. Maybe the podium itself is enchanted and it's kind of going outwards, and you really are too far to see what that podium looks like, or even the figure at this point. So, as you come in, people begin to turn, and they're now looking at you. Person on the podium is recognizing this. All right, I think perhaps they are here. I see people are looking towards the entry.
so do you guys want me to do the talking? I know
No,
that
I
I
got
said I
this.
wouldn't talk today. Okay.
Ambassador Frank, this should be
I'm
fascinating.
gonna be walking down the aisle, high fiving people if they want.
What's your run out music though? Is it
Whatever Tartan
No.
plays,
the Undertaker theme?
just whatever. No,
So
Stone
no
Cold
one's having
Steve Austin.
problems with the map, right? Because it is large.
I'm
No
here.
problems.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm glad that you could join us, and everyone here is eager, very eager to hear from you. I am one of the representatives of the Elathan Council, elected, tried, and true. I've been in service for 2 years. Of course, we can talk about pleasantries later, but the crowd is ready for you to speak. I'm glad you can come here. Please take the podium. What is your name?
Frank Richards.
Frank Richards. Everyone, Frank. Now seeing the podium has a magic mouth.
Oh,
So there's a mouth that's like moving, talking, and that's causing the
Athos
You
is
see-
interesting. Is this the right thing to do? Let Frank talk.
3 of the representatives stand up on the south side. They begin to walk
Curious.
away, and they begin to usher you, saying to sit down in the chairs on the south side of your companion. Frank Richards, twice grand champion, and your companions, you have been observed to slay a great creature, something of an unholy descent, according to the first commander, Oriana Crusette.
tough battle that one.
Can you tell us a little bit about what led to the battle?
Everything was normal, I assume, for the arena standards. Nothing out of the ordinary. Flying eye monster maybe in the group, but pretty solid competition.
That's all you have to say about it.
I mean,
Nothing else. Where did the Keetra come from?
I
It's a
don't know.
city
I mean,
it's a city at peril. Should we expect another?
the city's fine. I don't know. I think the city will be.
Sigh of relief wash over the crowd. Oh,
I see no reason as to why the great city of Elatham would be in danger.
someone stands up. Cedric Bay Company. Hello, I am Ronaldo Ball.
What's good, Cuddy?
I speak on behalf of the Cedric Bay Company, owner and operator. Let's speak of the river. Should we expect any of our river galleys to fare any sort of destruction from this demigod? I've heard they're unholy and they come from Bane. Crowd begins to cry out.
I mean, look, just between all of us here, no longer an avatar of Bane. Let's just say praise be Paylor. You know what I'm saying?
You hear a good amen to the crowd.
Yeah, amen. Am I right, brothers and sisters?
Frank knows how to work a crowd. He's a man of the people. It's fine.
You hear another speak out. Lady Mira Withers of the Bluegrass Company. I might speak that Ronaldo Ball of the Cedric Bay Company should not worry about his monopoly over the river, and that the Talthars would surely come to any aid if they were set amuck. Balder is of Talthar control and would die otherwise. Frank Richards,
Yes.
what can you tell me of the bay?
It
Does
is.
this change the stance of the blockade, perhaps?
You know, it's hard to say, right, without knowing fully concrete what will happen within the next fiscal quarter. You know, we need to figure out
Roll intelligence
what
save.
this new avatar of Paylor will do for us. You know, we have to really give it a nice trial run. But I will say, optimistic outlook, everything looking up.
Hear another voice come from the crowd. I am Basin Menno, representative of House Fortune and Favor and the Colosseum. They begin now to walk out of their stand, and they begin to turn towards you, stopping. They are a large human, port belly, a fine fur black cloak over a maroon and red tunic buttoned with silver, and a blouse of silk that comes. They have a penguin-like cane sitting towards the right, bald head, stodgy face. Can you tell me, has there been any trouble from any sort of workers or representatives of this demigod in the city? Something that would cause any sort of irreparable harm to business?
You know what, Kingpin? I don't think so. I think everything is looking good, and we're feeling great.
I am no kingpin.
Oh,
I am Chief Financial Officer of the Denkosh. Thank you very much.
oh, okay. Fisk Industries. No.
Could we see any threat outside of the city? Perhaps need message to Beelder, or perhaps Paylene.
I mean, it's always good to keep a very open and honest communication between each other, right? Never want
Of
to
course.
have any sort of miscommunication.
I appreciate your time, Frank Richards. Thank you very much.
You
Bows
too,
the head,
Mr. Menno.
swings the top hat from the cloak, sets
Oh,
it on, and
ooh.
begins to walk out
Ooh.
with other representatives.
I mean, certainly
Later.
any legitimate shipments would have the protection of the Talthars, would they not? I should think that any legitimate business would be perfectly fine.
Continues to
Cheers,
walk
sir.
away.
I'll drink to that.
See a gnome poke the head up from one of the stands.
Hi there. Guildmaster Yare Nature Check. I'm with the Goalie
Oh.
Alliance. We're about conservation and saving all of the life and the land around. Does this demigod come from the marshes, like where the undead are at? Because, should we expect undead? And they're gonna kill a lot of nature. They're gonna kill a lot of things. We at the Goalie Alliance want to stop that. Do you know how to stop that? Is that
Hey,
going to
you
be a
know-
thing?
I'm gonna look back towards the group. I'm assuming, Deuce, you're actually shaking your head.
I'm shaking my head no.
Shake your head. Hey, you know what? Don't even worry about that. It has nothing to do with this. In fact, Dougal's around here somewhere. We will be solving the problem of the undead ourselves as well in due time. No need to worry. That will be a problem that we will fix.
Crowd begins to erupt. Slight cheers, some with cries.
Guys, I feel like the worst thing we could ever do again is let Frank talk in front of a large crowd, by the way.
Honestly, it's not. It's going better than I expected.
Nobody stop me.
Well-
That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's going better than I expected, but like we realize he's citing us up for more and more
He's
stuff
pulling
to
out a
do,
40.
which was the biggest fear
Well,
coming here.
it's not like we actually have to keep his word, and frankly, every bad thing on this continent seems to fall in our lap anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I wish Tarden had an opinion on this. I don't hear much out of him right now.
We all like peace, right? Safety.
Yeah.
Going with generic. Like,
Oh my god, he's a politician now.
we
Fair wages and 4-day work
we
weeks.
want the economy to be better for everyone. Now we all know wartime is never a great thing for us. Innocent people die.
Frank, shut the fuck up.
Yes, he broke his promise. He talked.
Another speaks.
Good job.
Hello,
Good job, Frank.
I'm Veronica Ball. You, my husband, has spoken. What can you tell me of the Farwater Company? My son, was this the demigod was responsible for the company's destruction?
Investigation is still ongoing with that one, but it is not. We have no conclusive evidence that the demigod was the one who did it, but we have no proof. So we will get back to you as looking at the party as soon as possible.
Frank.
That's 4 missions now.
I believe the Council of Elathan has marked that matter as resolved, have they not? It was
Yes,
asked
that
them.
matter-
So
Yeah,
the
that-
matter is open then. The council
Uh,
is reopening it. Are you
No.
leading
no,
this investigation with the council?
No, they will be
No.
assigning a different group than us, someone that's actually better and more equipped to handle it than
Then
us.
they would be incompetent.
I believe
Richards.
perhaps they were going to have the Den Kosh look into it, weren't they? It was a new partnership they were talking about.
Speak up! They can't hear you.
The dead Kosh can go fuck themselves for all I'm
Ooh,
concerned.
that is spicy language.
These are spicy times, people. But we
This
will
is going
persevere.
great after.
All of the Cedric Day Company does not see the Den Kosh as Itiba, sly, cruel, wicked.
These are not times to rift apart, but to join together.
Frank.
House Ball will excuse himself.
You said you would keep your mouth shut, Tardy.
Frank Richards and Company, if you value your time, you can pay handsomely for the investigation of our son without the council's meddling. Good day.
Good
While the
day.
stands begins to clear.
Yeah, Athos, this is going really well.
Your voice
Well,
speaks.
Simply an
Frank
offer.
Richards.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Hello. My name is Aura Orillo. I have come to some information. Do you mind if we speak in the entry chamber after, and your company included?
Look at the company. I just see Tartan. I'm not going to pay Tartan any mind.
Do we know this person, Tom?
Whatever we do, we're not meeting with her.
I
We're
believe,
not.
unfortunately, we do have an appointment with another company. Perchance another time.
I mean,
Of course. I
I think
would.
we should meet with her, guys.
No, Aries. I will.
Oh. Never mind. I've been told that we should meet with you. We will make room for you.
I will meet you in the entry chamber when the Great Hall has concluded audience.
Thank you.
Of course, season.
All right. So, any more concerns that we have for Frank Richards and company here? Anything at all? I know that the First Master Cosette Oriana gave a large speech last night. You all had your information. We had someone from the Imperial College. Okay. Anybody else? Wow. All right.
Well,
Any of you else want to speak against the motion for the 3 on the scissor chairs?
scissor chair.
No, I believe Frank handled it masterfully.
You know, praise be
Stay
Paylor
positive,
and glory
stay
to
happy.
Alathan.
Fuck Paylor. That's
Oh, that's just rude. That's the mixed company. That's fun. One thing of note: he
Oh.
does not like being called the second Sun Tree. Maybe don't know.
Oh yeah, by the way,
What-
the first Sun
What should
Tree
we
is
call
named
it
Matt.
then?
Oh wait, I'm gonna go back up to okay. So no second century. Voting will take place on names.
Just ask him. He's quite pleasant.
You know,
think
you
it's
guys
the
can do a public
representative
vote or
begins to
talk.
Put the hand on your shoulder. No,
Oh,
we're not
oh.
voting. No.
We're not
No.
voting on names. All
We're
right.
not voting on the name of the second Sun Tree.
All
That's
right,
what
yeah.
we
It's
decided by
not the second
It
Sun Tree,
has
though.
a name.
not-
His name is Christoph. If we could, the first one is named Matt. It's
They can't hear you if you wish to speak.
Yeah, it depends. Tartar, are you
Christ.
actually gonna break your vow of silence?
yes. I am over you
We're
guys.
past
I'm
that.
so over
You owe me
you guys.
10,000 gold pieces now.
You have an axe worth 10,000 gold.
We're still not even.
Yes, the first Sun Tree, the one in Othema is named Matt. The second one here in town is named Christoph. If you walk up and you touch the Sun Tree, show much respect to Paylor. Yeah.
Crowd begins to erupt in cheers, boos, and confusion.
Should
I
you?
think that's enough. Why don't we escort you?
Should we tell them
Listen,
that Paylor
everyone,
can hear them
listen.
now?
We will be back with the docket. We'll be back with the docket here in 1 hour's time. Audience break. Audience break. What are you saying, audience? I didn't know the Sun Tree was called Matt. I lied on my life. Don't filthy tell the dogs.
You should have kept your fucking mouth shut, Tartan, for once. For
We
once.
have to get out of here. Let's go quickly to the entry chamber.
I'm gonna do the.
Wait,
the
is there a
Richard
back door?
Nixon. I'm gonna
There's
do
a
the
back
Richard
door,
Nixon
right?
piece.
Fastest way without causing a
Southwest,
thank
oh,
you,
let's
good
go.
day begins to wave, pulling you in the direction of the entry chamber.
Woo! Go
God damn
Lathan!
Tapping on your shoulders. What do you mean by that? Crowd is erupting, but calming down a little bit as you're making way. Nothing you all said was too crazy or grievances. They just have more questions. And the docket, you all kind of showed up late. They said an hour after first light.
Yeah, but
First light was till like 6 a.m. So they've been waiting for like an hour.
Yeah,
for you
They
all
can
to
wait. Yeah.
So they have more on the docket and they're kind of pushing you through. They just wanted to hear again from your perspective, first and foremost, being the people on scene. They had already been, according to the representative, they had already been debriefed, if you will, from the first command.
Yeah.
Right. They had the Imperial College. They spoke of already. So it's really just first kind of dibs.
I'm a man
Now,
of the
you're-
people, and I'll give the people what they want to hear.
Right.
Yeah,
So
now we
you
also have to go talk to somebody's fucking wife.
So you are brought into the entry chamber down the corridor. The
talking.
representative Lowly bows the head. My name is Martha Surreal. I am one of the representatives elected by the many businesses and people in Lathan. I am also the head speaker of the Great Hall. You were given a notice. We are willing to pay for your reward. How would you like this delivered to you?
Now.
Right now, of course. I will go ahead and fetch for the coin and bring it out to you. This award is not just for speaking today. No, it is a award for protection of this great city. We had accounted for the numerous people that have spoken about what you've done. And quite frankly, I don't believe that the city would still be standing if it wasn't for all of you. The Talthars are quite strong, but something about what you have done in the time, in the moment, in the place might have sustained what could have been mass casualties.
Perhaps.
Oh.
Please
Anything
take the
for the
coin
people.
and find a life that is worth living out the rest of your days for everything you have done. Or go back to adventuring if you wish to do so as well. Whatever it is, the coin is yours and yours alone. I'll be back quickly
Thank you.
to go up the staircase. sorry, not up the staircase, begins to head down one of the corridors, not the one east but west, towards the treasury.
Frank, now might be the time to make your play for that lightkeeper job. They may be
Yes.
looking to get rid of him.
I don't think I need to do anything. I think my daughter's college is paid for, and I can finally retire thanks to Tardan here for grabbing me out of the bar.
You see a stunning female human with a tan complexion, purple eyes, lighter brown hair that flows to the mid-ear, and waves and curls. About the head is a tiara of crystal and diamond. They wear a great number of gold and silver rings with precious gemstones about the figures. A silver necklace with a locket surrounds the heart. A silk dress of red, black, and gold with accents of white lace flows tightly against the body as it reaches the mid-shin and mid-ankle. Gold and white sandals. They are fucking hot. Smoking.
Frank's gonna.
You did not get a chance to
Casually.
see, right? There was so much audience, right? You didn't know where the voices or who they were really coming from. They were just kind of yelled at you, which is why I didn't put the tokens down or really represent them, because they were, except for Base and Menno, right? As they walked up, the crowd was kind of, they do a small curtsy. I will be very simple and very straightforward. I'm sure your time is valuable as grand champions and adventurers. My name is Lady Cora Arillo of House Arillo, as I stated, and I have heard rumors that your party has spent time in High Rock before they landed in Othema. Is this information correct?
I'm gonna look at Tardan.
Yep. That's a thing that happened.
What can you tell me of what happened there in the town? I have not heard word of my husband.
This
My
was the
husband-
best choice yet.
My husband, Lord Umbrian Arillo, was put in charge as Duke by a Lord Thalin Falor of Othema. I'm sure you know the name. It was to run the mine and expedite the process of ore so weapons and armor could be made for the war front against the Master of Dragons.
Yeah, so Lord Umbrian Arillo made a deal with some dwarves, and I'm not sure on the details of what the deal was, but the dwarves have since removed him from any position of power. Last I saw him, he was still alive. If that's any consolation. I don't know what the dwarves have done with him, but that was the last I saw of him.
And I will pull as much military aid I can and send them to reclaim. Hopefully, my husband is only in prison and is not dead.
That would be great.
Do you know of anyone I could call to arms, or perhaps yourselves? I do have coin in the house coffers, treasury. I can offer you great wealth.
Your husband must be very important to you.
Well, I mean, it's Frank's getting a little sad now thinking about marriage. It's her husband.
Oh God.
No, of course, but I mean,
You
in
know,
many-
of
in
course.
many noble institutions, marriages are more of an arranged thing. This obviously there is something very surreal to.
Like love.
I don't know these people. It's an observation.
Miss Arillo, I believe. I don't know. There's no nice way to say any of this, unfortunately. But I think it is beyond the reclaiming portion and on to the mourning of your late husband.
So you are
Did you say late
telling me
husband?
I should assume my husband is dead.
By and large, the dwarves have an honor code by which they abide, and when you break said honor code, their method of dealing with that is very To the point.
Oh, I
Didn't you
get
tell
it.
us there was a massive dragon attack in High Rock as well?
No, that was outside High Rock.
Well, I'm trying to put it all together.
I mean, yeah,
Shush, 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 shush.
It's like this sometimes. I'm sorry.
Let her ask her questions and get her answers, and then all of you can ask your questions and get your answers.
Yes, no, apologies, Melody. Many of us were not there in High Rock, so we have not a complete picture.
I only know of the road once traveled, so apologies if you were not accompanying at the time. I understand. Is there anything you can tell me of value that I might take? An audience, the People's Palace.
We weren't there long enough. We were there for like a week. We were there for like 3 days. I didn't get to really interact with him as much as I probably should have before the whole dwarf incident.
I see dice rolling. I love it. I understand. And I appreciate your forthcoming in your words.
I'm sure it's very forthcoming.
Please, if you wouldn't mind, you're more than welcome to come to House Orillo. There's a manor several blocks from the Nobles District. Entertain you as dinner guests. Thank you for saving the city. And perhaps you will uncover more information in your memories. I have to depart for the Office of Messages to seek an audience with the People's Palace. Thank you so much. I also
Have
have
a great
curtsies
day.
to walk away. Didn't expect that, did you, Deuce?
No, I mean I knew she was here. I knew it was coming. I just
Well, sir,
You just
Full
didn't want
circle,
to
baby.
tell the truth. You're a rat
I told the truth. I did not lie. There was not a single lie in that entire story.
Just
Sounds
like the
good.
part where you hogtied him and burned his house down.
Huh? Yeah, I mean that part I left out, but you know it was at the
Withheld.
direction of the
She
dwarves.
asked you if you knew anything of him, so you withheld the truth.
Huh, I knew the last thing that I knew. I told her the last thing I knew about him. She didn't ask for anything that happened before that. She wanted to know what was up with her husband. Last thing I knew, he was with the dwarves.
I feel like she deserved to know that he was messing around. If that was important information that you could have shared.
Yeah, this group doesn't know that.
Really?
Yeah.
The only one that was here when that happened was Deucem, so we can just blame
it's just
him.
Deuce.
and Tarn.
Nobody.
Right.
Nobody.
Also,
in
I know
group.
the rest of us don't know anything, but yeah,
Nobody. Yeah,
I'm just
this
surprised
is
that
all just-
wasn't obvious.
The only thing I knew about this whole thing was they handed him over to the dwarves. That was my
Yeah, he
extent of
told us
knowledge.
that.
We literally didn't. We in this group still don't know that he was fully evil.
Imagine not just killing a man with your own hands, making him beg.
I mean, we didn't make him beg. We grappled him. We knocked him out. I impersonated him. I burned down his house.
I'm just saying, imagine not doing it. That's all.
The burning down of his house seems excessive.
Yeah, I was hoping that people would think that he died in the house fire, but it doesn't seem that happened.
Jesus fuck. Did you at least place a body there?
Right. There's usually
I didn't.
evidence
I
that's when
didn't
one
have
dies
that much
of
time on the
fire.
forefront.
Oh, it seems like you're not good at staging deaths. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, I suppose that's a positive quality to have in someone.
Oh, yes, that's one of the few positive qualities.
Yep. Hey, just want to point out, it's not me this time with all the Tardan hate. Just saying.
Just saying, we could get paid. That's all. If you need to make
We
some
are
money.
not going back and fucking with the dwarf. Actually, you know what? Tartan doesn't care for the dwarves. If you guys want to go kill the dwarf, that's
I
fine.
don't want to kill anybody unless I have to. I'm just saying,
Oh, if we go back, we will have to
ride
kill
or
the
die
dwarves.
investigations. Open up our own LLC.
If we go into their territory, we will have to kill the dwarves. Actually, You know what? I am down to go back. Can we stop by High Rock? I have somebody I would like to see in High Rock.
Stop by High Rock. Let me just open this map real quick.
Stop by the other end.
Yeah,
of the
so
continent.
how is that pass
Yeah.
looking this time of year? How are we feeling
Try
about going through it?
It's gone.
Drive
Yeah,
by
there is no
Satan's
pass
elbow.
to go through.
Yeah, just you know what I mean. Like
You can try getting a boat, going through the
maybe the
blockade.
weather's a little nicer this time of year down here than up there, you know,
or any time of year.
or any time of year because that place is a
Not that-
fucking frozen hellhole.
I know. You could try getting a ship, going through the ice flows, and getting into Frostburn Bay if you're a good enough sailor.
Isn't that how all this started?
We have the capital now.
We can go
do
full
it.
circle, baby.
We
We
can go
can
full
attack that
circle.
fucking
circle.
Kraken again out of the fucking water.
We can go full circle,
yeah.
baby.
We're not renting a boat.
Oh,
There's
we
a
buy one.
Kraken out there.
We have more than enough money to buy our own.
We are not buying a boat.
I'm just saying, private investigators. We can
There's
easily
a
do this.
Kraken. He's failing
There's
to
a,
mention the
there's a
Kraken.
Kraken.
There's no such thing.
That's-
The same representative and two other individuals
yeah.
from the Department of Treasury that's here. This is not a bank per se that you can store. It is the Treasury Department. They actually introduce kind of exchanging currencies. That's what they kind of focus in, right? They have a cellar, or not a cellar, I should say, but a dungeon. That they hold their gold and vaults and certain things. They come out with a absolutely massive chest that's metal reinforced wood. They slap it down, and then a second is brought out. Both of these chests contain 10,000 gold pieces.
I mean,
Representative Human speaking with Martha bows the head. I have to speak. I have more to do on the docket today at the Great Hall. Your coin as rewarded. There is, again, nothing I can say to truly thank you for what you have done. I do hope that you will take this coin, use it for good value, to live out your lives and find peace. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
This way.
you guys didn't want me to speak.
Why
See,
did why
that
does it
wasn't
feel
so
like
bad?
See?
Nothing bad happened. We didn't have to
See?
do anything.
This is great.
fine.
yeah, we didn't just have to like, you know, skirt around the truth of the woman whose husband I had executed by dwarves.
Only
What?
one of us
What?
had that
I'm
particular-
sorry,
wait,
you had him executed by dwarves? I'm sorry.
You see as
all you
Cora
said-
looks through the crowd only 5 meters away. Your backside target stares at you. What did you just? I'm just kidding.
That would be my luck.
Just screaming out loud. Her husband was executed by dwarves?
I mean, I told her as much.
If
I
the
don't know what
Sentinel
she
shield,
was.
you would, yeah, you would even with the Sentinel shield, you would.
I am impressed that you didn't hit on her. That's something. Yes.
I mean, how do you
You
like
know
how
she's
do you hit
available
on
now.
somebody?
Because he's trying to win my daughter's favor and he's working
Yeah,
very
that's
hard
true.
to do it.
I have to be a one girl type of man now, you know?
You haven't even met his daughter.
He's trying to do it just to
you're
fuck with me, and I know that, so I'm gonna make him work for it.
There's a very long way between here and Melandar.
I suppose the approval of a loving father is a certain measure you can put upon oneself. I can see
Absolutely.
that.
I don't know,
Sure,
but at the same time, I've met her father, so like, I don't know if I want him to be my introduction to her. You know?
She's a lot like my ex-wife, so I mean, you don't know what that's like.
Maybe we
I've
could
heard
ask
nothing
for
but good things.
Yes, I've
And
heard nothing but good things about your
Fantastic
ex-wife
fucking
as well.
bitch.
All right, so should we empty the contents of these chests into the bag of holding that I assume one of
Yes.
us took from Dougal before he fucked
Could
off?
that even hold this much
God.
gold?
Yeah, a bag of holding 10 coins is a pound, so that's 1,000 pounds. A bag of holding holds
1,000
what,
pounds.
5 or 1,000? Yeah.
That bag of holding
500,
holds
according to
5.
Michael's journal.
That's where I'm going to.
That's the item itself. That's unchanged. I just went ahead and put that in there so people knew.
Looking on
Yeah,
half.
bag
of
of
it.
holding is fine.
The thing I remember
500
this from.
pounds is what it can hold.
We'll just put the rest in Frank's pockets. It's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a lumbering oaf here. It's
A
carry this
lumbering
shit.
oaf. This
We just
Wow.
carry the
5'9",
chest, it's fine.
scrawny looking motherfucker that's lean as shit. Lumbering.
He's
oaf.
old man wiry. It's
Old
fine.
Old man,
man,
I am
strength.
45 years old, you fucking bastard.
That's pretty
Old
old
man-
for a human.
Old
I mean,
man
he's one of those
strength.
things.
Getting
Old
up
man
from
for
the
a
chair.
human? I look amazing. The divorce is what made me go bald. Jesus, 9 months ago, Maine going down back.
He's
You
Fabio.
You are country boy strong here. Come on, let's go.
All right.
Actually, I have a better idea.
I don't want to
How
listen.
far are we from the? Are we like 10 minutes from the premiers?
No,
No.
you're about a
Far.
25 minute walk.
God damn.
It's fine. Half in the bag. Frank can carry the chest. We'll be fine.
Damn
Hey,
straight.
It's enough
I've-
strength to carry the chest over the shoulder.
Yep. And then if not, I'll just beat to death anybody who wants to take the chest with the chest.
Yeah, I mean it's a tiresome thing, but there is the stables outside. You might be able to see if they have any loaded horses or wagons,
Just
or
rob
the
a
general
horse,
stables if they
despite
sell
the
any.
amount of gold we have.
Or simply just walk with the chest and just be slightly encumbered. Right?
Sure, to be fine.
Yeah, I forgot how heavy.
You know, one of you could also just grab the other end and we could walk together. It doesn't have to just be me.
Nope.
That's true.
No, it's just
This
you.
is your moment to shine, Frank.
This
Just
is my
you.
moment after becoming the new hero of Alathan, the spokesman.
You've been you're batting
you're-
1,000 today,
This
Frank.
is my politician arc.
So Frank, I have a question for you.
I might have an answer for you.
Are you going to soon be like Athos here and start shooting radiant light out of your hands? You seem to very into the whole praise pay lore thing in there.
Hard, and you simply have to please the people. Even a commoner understands that.
Oh shit.
Yes, but if you're going to please the people, you don't do it in a way in which you.
Build them up to make them feel more powerful than they actually are.
Yes. Stop lying to the people, Frank.
To be fair, based
I'm
on
sorry,
what we
I just
know
got
now,
paid 10,000 gold to lie to the people. I'm gonna keep lying to the people.
They did not
Even-
pay you to lie to the people. We were getting the 10,000 gold anyway.
He really is a politician.
Yeah, the 10,000 gold actually wasn't for speaking.
I
it
know,
was
I know,
actually
I
a reward
know.
for saving the city.
But Frank is lying more and more now. He's just
Yeah, Frank is going to be proficient in deception here soon.
He's
Frank,
embracing
Frank
the
starts
role.
buttoning up a nice white shirt, putting it on ties. He's feeling it.
In fairness, based on what we've learned from Christoph, everyone in this room could very well be a cleric of Pelo tomorrow
Praise be.
if they tried.
The angle is to play both sides if you can.
What? That's how we
does
got
not-
in this predicament in the first place.
It does not sound like a wise choice.
Well, it got us 10,000 gold, so that's all I'm gonna say.
It's never be found on either side unless it's the winning side. Is typically.
That's what I'm saying. You play both sides to be on the winning side.
You were all terrible people.
What?
I am simply getting rubbed off by you guys. I was a
What
normal
about-
man. I
You
was a
were getting-
farmer trying to win some money for my daughter's college until I met you guys.
You are going to kill people for money. I think you're hardly in a position to judge.
You almost killed or I'm sorry, turned a messenger into a rat last night.
It was temporary.
And I haven't spoke for the last 30 minutes while you were going through this, not telling the poor lady that you killed her husband.
Yeah, look, I don't know that he's dead. I cannot confirm that he is dead.
He
I
is
just believe he
simply-
is dead.
An accessory. He did not actually
But-
commit the crime. Ladies
Oh,
and gentlemen,
no.
I rest my case.
No, what?
No,
Objection.
no
I
one
had
fucking
overruled
When
the
you
only
see
turn-
Cororillo come into the entry chamber from the east.
Hello.
All right.
They're far away.
Hey,
They're many meters
Oh,
away
okay.
from you. You just
we're
should-
we're going to the Prim Iris right now,
we should
boys.
go.
Yelling
Yeah,
at
come on.
each other.
This is the most dysfunctional group
This
ever.
group is
Let's-
so fucking
Let's
stupid.
drop off the coin and then let's go.
Oh
let's
yeah,
go
we
speak
should
to
drop off the
lady.
coin at. Actually, I trust the Prim Iris. These guys seem pretty cool.
Yeah, no, they'll cover it.
Yeah, they're fucking psychedelic wine. Really cool.
They have a reputation to uphold.
What is?
Okay.
I'm over all of you.
So you head outside.
You just kept
of
your
the-
mouth retarded. That's all you had to do. You said to keep your mouth shut for 2 more minutes and we would have been good.
What?
You had to say the motherfucker's name was Matt. That's all you had to say. Really? You said his name was Matt and then everything fell apart.
I wanted them to know the name of the Sun Tree.
All they needed to know was it was Sun Tree 1 and Sun Tree 2. That's all they had to know.
No,
He
there
really-
is no
he
one Sun.
dislikes
There
it.
is no Sun Tree 2.
He greatly dislikes that nickname. He told us it was.
It doesn't matter. They don't need to know that. He
Yeah,
even
they do. They're
admitted,
going
he
to
even
go talk
admitted
to
his
him.
followers are a bunch of idiots.
That's fair.
It's-
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Like, he knows their followers are idiots. We just didn't have to tell him that he knows they're idiots.
I mean, to be
Let's-
fair,
let's-
are they idiots or are we idiots? Because the Sun Tree's name isn't really Matt. We just named it Matt.
Well, the
I
second
didn't
one's
know
name
that. You
is
told me his
Christopher.
name was Matt.
Hold
I
on.
believed you.
You told me
You
his name
fucking
was
son
Matt.
of a bitch. You said it was Matt.
Oh dear, Prim Iris, is it? That's
I hate all of you.
Frank, I am right here with you. They told me his name was Matt.
I thought his name was Matt this whole time.
I am right there with
You told me. his
What are
name
you,
was Matt,
Aries? You
but
were there
I
when
was-
we learned the name.
No, I was not.
Yes, you were at that point. The first time we went to
No.
the Sun Tree. Yes.
No, I came in
Yes.
after.
No, you came in as we were going to touch the Sun Tree because of the blow up thing. You were there.
You guys had already touched it. I came in after, but that's okay. Either here nor there. You
There
told me
was
his
a
name
blow
was
up
Matt.
thing, and you had already touched it. Let's go to the yeah.
Oh
This
my
is
god, I don't even know what to believe anymore. My faith is shaken. Taylor, I'm sorry.
Palor, I'm sorry. Did you even believe and pray to Palor before this?
Negative.
We're-
I prayed to the turnip god.
Heading in the direction of the Primaris. You're heading south. Now, again, time-wise, hustle and bustle. So things are happening around you. The play is kind of starting up the same one you watched. It's just doing a repeat performance. People are kind of gathering. There's other stalls and traders. People are trying to hand you some food, perhaps from them, right?
Is it
Giving
free?
you a breakfast. You kind of take it and they look and you ask that, is it free? They look towards you. No.
I'll throw
it's
it back in
silver.
the face.
Oh,
Fuck you.
turns around.
So fucking rude.
Back to their
I don't want it if it's not free.
You have a chest with gold in it.
He's carrying a.
And the only way I could keep this chest of gold is by not spending it.
Is it free? Fuck you, bitch. No, you head in the direction of Myers. Eventually, you get there and you walk in. There's some more people that are beginning to fill in. They're perhaps requesting rooms, maybe one or two, but not a whole lot of individuals. Master Fenor is there to greet you in kind, and that is probably going to be where I'm going to end it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair.
I'm going to end it there because I feel like it's a good point to stop before we get
It is
into
a
the
great
other
point to start.
to any other shenanigans from here. I don't think there's any. Is there anything else on the today? What you all wanted to accomplish today in terms of not the
Today-
session,
This is
but, like,
literally not at all
the
how
day
I thought the
itself.
session was going to go
We
yet
have to go-
again.
We have to go talk to the Navy, I think, but that
What?
was it.
I don't. Did we decide if we were going to do that? We may as well at
I
this
feel
point.
like
I'd rather
I
go
don't
talk
want
to
them-
them than the fucking Umbrian Aurillos's wife.
Right, exactly. I don't want them showing up later trying to find us or like it's just let's just
we-
go ahead and like wrap that up.
Ooh, the military's going to
Yesterday,
show up.
before we went and talked to the Rudikar, we said the next day we would go talk to the Navy. So
Okay.
That was before
Do you-
we even knew we had
but
to go to the council.
we don't
Do
need
you
to
all
do it
feel? Okay. Do you all want? I mean, we can. We have, like I said, we can push extra time in. Harrison
No.
obviously is not with us.
Well, okay, no.
so-
We'll give them
No?
a jerk off
Or no?
meeting like 7 or 9:45 to 10 o'clock. That's it. We're not giving them the full hour. We're giving them a 15-minute feeding. That's
What?
it. We'll do that next
No,
session.
well,
No, yeah, no. I'm saying out of character in terms of
I
doing,
know.
you know, we do it out next session, or do we feel like we've done enough here? We're gonna wind down.
Oh, we've done
We've done
yeah,
enough.
I think we just hit it
Okay.
up first next
I
session.
will
probably.
say, as when we drop off the chest before we get it inside to leave with the Primaris,
Mhm.
Athos is going to like rig up a simple trap with the itch powder that he created, just so that we know if somebody monkeys with it later.
Gotcha.
Is Athos doing this out in the open?
Well, I mean, I assume we're going to find a quiet alleyway or something like not. In the
I mean,
middle of
we
the
have
street.
a bedroom.
No.
We have
Like,
multiple
no,
bedrooms.
for the trap.
Yeah,
are
we
you-
could do
are
it in the
you-
room.
Are you rigging the trap in front of us?
Yeah, no, I'm not hiding it from you guys.
Okay, good.
Okay,
All I need to know.
good.
Now I know where the itching powder came from that I still have scars from on my.
It all circle back.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I also know how to rig
Uh,
up traps a little better.
I'm gonna go ahead and calculate some
Oh,
experience.
just give us like 5 XP each,
points
man.
for
This is
you.
like-
None of you again. Don't add it into your character sheets because we are again. I'm gonna do basically server wipe, bringing it back to a previous version. Then I'll just add that into your character sheets tomorrow morning when I get that done. So give me 1 second while I go through roles and other roleplay stuff that you've done and calculate. So
It's got to be like about 6,000 experience points worth of stuff.
I would just
The
like
way
to say
today
I never lied to her. That's all that matters.
He's proud of that.
You know what? I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell my kids: is not lying is about the same as excluding the entire truth.
Nope.
And you definitely lied to us about Matt.
I am like 99% sure you were there because the first session with the Sun Tree, because we had literally done a whole shopping thing, and that's why they were at the shop.
You
Was that?
still told me his name was Matt multiple times. So
Oh, he
you
told
know
everybody
what?
else, yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, no, I
You know-
definitely lied to everybody
You
else.
know what?
Athos, however, didn't believe that like the ancient divine being's name was Matt. So if you did, it's a little bit on you.
I mean, to be fair,
I
the
never
new
met the Sun
ancient
Tree.
divine being is
Christoph. So we got
So
Christoph and
Matt
Matt.
is-
So you know what I mean? Like,
it
We-
could
we
be
saw
reasonable.
Christoph
sorry, he goes
happen.
by Matthew, not Matt. Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
fine.
My bad. I didn't know we should call him
Matthias,
by his
yeah.
proper- Yeah, Matthias.
So it may have been in the same session, but when I went to touch the Sun Tree, you guys told me his name was Matt. That's why I remember.
Oh yeah, we may have already been up there.
You,
And-
To be
Yeah.
fair,
Exactly.
I was not the one that told you his name was Matt. That was Dougal and what's his face, Indigo.
Indigo.
Well, you
Now
know,
you're
what?
And just think
blaming
about
people who can't
what
defend
would
themselves.
Indigo say with us spending all this money on hotel rooms?
Indigo's not here right now.
so it doesn't matter.
He
Please,
would
please do
have
not
a-
ruin my hotel room.
He would have a shit fit, man.
I mean, rightfully so. I just spent 450 gold on nothing. Essentially,
You know what, kid? That was a great
Dude,
investment.
we got a massage, we got a bath,
We got free
a
food.
three-course
Yeah, I was gonna
meal
say
with
I
magic
just
time
spoiled
traveling
you
wine.
guys, so that way you guys were tricked into when we actually have the money doing
No.
this all the time.
All you had to
No.
do was keep your fucking mouth shut for 5 minutes while Papa Frank goes up and talks to the crowd.
What? No, I did that on purpose. I don't know if you realize this, but I am not a fan of the whole religious sect here in
It doesn't
Pelor.
matter. I'm not a fan either. I'm a farmer,
We
but I know
have
how to speak to the people.
785 experience each. That'll put you at 59,223 experience. So again, don't change your character sheets. I don't want any sort of weird bugs happening when you're trying to edit that.
That's
So
good.
that's going to be the value. I'll save the notes and everything like that, so you have it all. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We started late and we went later, and that's totally fine. We got to get that full time in for the beautiful role play of Ride or Die. Hopefully, it's been an awesome experience to watch and enjoy. I actually had a lot of fun. It was really cool.
That was
So
that was
I gotta, yeah, that was something. Join us again next week, Fridays at 4:30, to watch what Ride or Die do next. So, again, appreciate it. And we'll see you later. So bye.
Bye.